Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the World Blitz Championship. We have some exciting news. We are being joined by Hikaru from the get-go. Hikaru, thank you so much for coming on so early today. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Luckily, I don't have to play, so I can just relax and enjoy the games, which should be quite nice. And I'm looking forward to seeing if Magnus can retain his World Blitz Championship.
Let's talk a little bit about the format. A lot has been said about it this year. They mixed it up. It's the first time that we have a knockout in the end, and it's a best a four-game match, which I guess makes Magnus a huge favorite in this.
Yeah, to me or Jan Ludwig.
Yeah, Jan Ludwig, sorry.
No one wants to hear what I have to say when you're on, Hikaru. Take it away.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think what I would say is that obviously the format is very different. If you make it to the top 8, you have a very good chance to win. I think from the standpoint of Magnus, he is very clearly the favorite. I said it before, or I said it yesterday, I should say. But with the best of 4 format, where you play 4 games before, I assume Armageddon, although I'm not actually sure of that. Magnus, it's very hard for me to see a world where Magnus is not the big favorite to win the whole thing. If it were a best of 2 in an Armageddon, I think I could see a world where Magnus doesn't win. But with best of 4, I mean, he's got to be at least 75 or 80% here. But again, the players play because even though there are favorites, anything can happen. Oh, by the way, apparently I'm wrong. It's not Armageddon. So even I don't understand the format. Someone in chat says it's not Armageddon. So
Yeah,
maybe I'm crazy.
if we're tied after 4 games, they will play individual games until there's a winner. So we could potentially see matches last 15 games.
Yeah, I mean that's insane. I have no I have no idea why that is, frankly, but it's what it is. And I hopefully none of the matches come down to that. I think that's the hope, but we'll see.
Let's get a round of predictions in from you, starting with this match between Magnus and Hans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is a very big favorite. He had a winning position in the game they played yesterday in the Rapids, so it's hard for me to see Magnus not winning this match. But again, it is Hans, and it's someone who Magnus has struggled against. So we'll see what we get. But I think Magnus has to be the clear favorite, no doubt about it.
The
There was
matchup.
Sorry. There was a moment in their Blitz game yesterday when Hans actually could have trapped Magnus's rook to potentially win the game. Did you see that moment?
I mean, of course I didn't see it. Actually, people were asking me about a lot of the games yesterday. I was simply playing. So like, unless you had a really quick game, there's no way you would be able to take a look at any of the other games. So, I mean, I heard about it. Obviously, I looked at the game after the event ended yesterday. I mean, it's a little bit surprising. I mean, I think that game was surprising because both players played very poorly. I mean, Hans missed a chance with knight b5, but then Magnus missed many opportunities to win the game after that. So to me, it looked like both players were pretty jittery. But I also would say the other thing is that when you're in that situation, it's very tricky because since it's top 8 who make it, you're trying in a sense to make a draw just to get to that final stage. So neither player was great in that game, but they both had their chances.
We see the players at the board. They will start any minute. So very quickly, Murzin against Nepo. Who do you have to go through?
Murzin against Nepo, I would say, I mean, my favorite is probably Nepo just because he has more experience in Blitz. Murzin obviously has really, I mean, he's just shown an amazing level of play throughout the event in both the Rapid and the Blitz. I mean, it's not a complete surprise to me because he is someone that I have followed. He's someone that I've played against in the past. But even though he's done very well, I just figure Nepo with all his experience, he has to be the favorite. I think he should be like 70-30 in favor of Nepo in that match.
Duda against Fabi.
Duda against Fabiano is a very tough match to call. And the reason I say that is because I really don't know exactly what Duda was working on for the World Championship. He was part of Gukesh's team. So if I had some idea of what the openings were that he has been studying a lot, I'd have a much clearer picture. Without having that though, it's hard to know whether those openings or what he was working on will play a big role. I do think that Duda is a very slight favorite there. I think when I look at the matches, that match, in my opinion, is probably the closest to a coin flip out of the 4. So I think that's very close to 50-50.
And finally, Wesley So against Alireza.
Wesley So versus Alireza, I think what I would say is that in that match, I would predict that Alireza is the favorite. I mean, Alireza has been, I feel like, very quietly going through the event. Like in the Rapid, I know he finished outside the top 3, but he was very quietly creeping along. And I feel like in the Blitz, it felt pretty similar to me, where he was creeping along. They just started winning somewhere in the middle yesterday, and he was always at the top. So I think that at the end of the day, it's going to be it's going to be pretty exciting to see what happens. But I think Alireza should be the favorite there.
We've got moves coming in.
Okay, so we've got the English. Okay, pretty normal. Okay, E4, D6 here should be played. Okay, Hans is thinking.
How much time can you afford to spend in the opening? Do you have like a plan for how much time you want to use early on?
I mean, I don't have a specific plan, but I think the main thing is you want to get to like move 15 without having to think. I think if you get it to move 15 and you've already been thought for quite a bit of time, it's very hard to recover. And I felt like for myself, I mean, of course I didn't play great throughout the day, but the game against Erevan I thought was a perfect example where I mean, maybe it was around move 15, but I didn't get far enough into the game. I had to spend a lot of time and then I instantly blundered. So I think you want to try to get to like move 15 pretty early.
I've highlighted a plan here to push the pawns on the king side. What do you think? Magnus chooses to push on the opposite side instead.
I mean, as I look at this, I don't know what to make of this. I think that when I look at the position, I like Magnus's position a lot already. I think playing H6 was a mistake. I think you're supposed to play D6 first to stop C5, although I could be completely insane too, because once white gets B3 and bishop B2, white gets the 2 bishops, and yeah, I mean, I think that Magnus is already off to a very, very good start, objectively. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Can you talk a bit about why you think Magnus is much better here already?
Well, Magnus is the 2 bishops is a very sort of dry kind of position. I think that it should be a lot easier for him to play. Like, I mean, for example, queen takes D5. Can you play knight E3, knight E3, knight E4, A3 with bishop D2? That should be okay here. Or bishop D2 first, maybe. Okay, castles. That's fine too. Okay, knight D7. That's not a move that I'm particularly a fan of either. I mean, basically, Magnus is getting a position he wants. He's getting something where he has the 2 bishops. It's pretty dry. One slight mistake from Hans, and Magnus is going to capitalize and win bigly. So probably H3, I think, to stop bishop G4. The big issue for white, though, is that your dark square bishop is misplaced. You'd love to go B3 and bishop B2, but there's knight C3.
If you are Hans in this match and you are a big underdog over 4 games, what should be his strategy, do you think, to create an upset here?
I mean, I think the main thing is that the main thing is that you need to be solid in the black games. That's the most important thing. It's just being very solid. Why is my phone ringing? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, you guys. That's
Okay, so being solid with the black pieces is the advice from Hikaru to Hans. He is not a fan of what Hans has been doing. The computers think that this is okay for black, despite white having the bishop here.
Hans does have a 1-minute time advantage now, which I think could be potentially huge. Magnus is known as a bit of a slow starter, but you would think that with the prior 4 days, he's really gotten warmed up. Must be said, one of those days he ended up not playing, and there has been a lot of outside of gameplay drama happening. Hans spending 30 seconds here, though. That's too much on a single move, in my opinion.
A very long think.
all right. What happened?
Yeah,
Nothing.
we were talking about the time usage. Magnus was down a minute on the clock already, but Hans spending a long time here.
Yeah, I mean, so I think Magnus was debating what to play. I mean, the good thing for Magnus here in this position is it is a 0 risk position, meaning he can't ever lose. Since he has the 2 bishops, which is a good thing. On the other hand, I mean, it's going to be very hard to win. I mean, the thing is, generally, you want these positions with low risk, very low risk. Probably b5 here, and then you have this bishop on d5, rook c1, logical. I mean, I am a little surprised the computer likes black's position, although maybe you have knight e5, knight c4, perhaps. Maybe that's the idea.
But still, the bishop should be protecting the pawn, right?
Yeah, also, I mean, in the long term, if you think about this fundamentally, all black's pawns are on the same colors of light square bishop. So even if you get bishop d4, knight e5, takes e3, those pawns are on the same colors as bishop on g2, which should fundamentally favor white very slightly.
Both players are approaching the 1 minute mark remaining. A lot of these games are going to be just decided by who keeps their head cool during the time scrambles.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing with this format is definitely like once you get down to like 20 seconds on the clock, it's who's better. And I would say that it's something that I was very, very bad at. I did a very bad job of like sort of finding moves with no time on the clock yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see. I would very slightly prefer to be, I think I'd prefer to be black here, maybe very slightly, because I think it's clear cut what you're aiming for. Whereas it's not as clear cut for white. But that being said, of course, it is Magnus and he is a great endgame wizard, so anything could happen.
For those of us who it isn't clear cut for what black is trying to do, what is it?
Well, I mean, I think the thing is black just sits here though. Black should just sit on the position. He goes c5, c4, so he's putting the pawns on these squares like it's fine, but I'm really worried that Magnus is going to get his king to c2 and then play rook d1 and rook d4 and something will happen. But it's going to be very tense. That much is clear. This is a very classic Magnus sort of game. Like rook d4 here is a good move, I think, to put pressure on the pawn. Although rook d4, there might also be I don't like this. So now there's rook d5, right?
Yeah.
This I don't like. But I guess Magnus is going to go king d2, king c2. If Magnus gets the king to c3, he'll probably win the game, by the way.
Can Hans go b4 now?
Yeah, I was going to say, if black doesn't go b4... Wait, what's going on? Wait, I'm starting to just not like this. King c2, bishop c6.
Rook d4?
Bishop a4. Yeah, but bishop a4 and bishop b3? I mean, maybe it's still okay, but...
It could be a pawn race. It could be that Hans is going after this white pawn and he's willing to abandon his pawns on the opposite side to make that happen.
Okay, he goes king c5, which is fine, but that is a bit of a concession because now once Magnus goes king c3, there's zero risk again. Now you can play like rook d1, put the bishop on c2, start to maneuver, play a bullet game. I mean, this is a position that if I could have it, I would love to have it with white. I wish I could have gotten this sort of position yesterday where there's no risk and you just play freely.
But if black just sits, how are you gonna break through?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big question because probably if you go rook d4, there's going to be rook a1, right? That's the problem. And then rook c1's the idea. I was thinking maybe you put the bishop on c2 and then try to go rook d4 somewhere. But Magnus is way too slow right now. Way too slow. I don't like his time usage again. Like bishop e2. I think he might be trying to bait Hans into trying to go for more with like rook b7, rook b3 or something. But I mean, this
threatening g4 is a good idea to get the rook in.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's going to come down to who has to spend. Ooh, h5 is not a move that I like. I mean, it's fine, but all the pawns are on the same color now. So probably rook c1. I'd go rook c1, put the bishop on c2, and then play rook d1 and try to do something. But I don't actually know how you do anything.
One thing I always wonder about when I see these endgames is when you're playing, at which point do you ever think, should I just offer a draw? Or when you have only a few seconds on the clock, do you just play and you don't think about any draw offers?
Well, I mean,
Magnus just took the draw.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus was way too slow. I mean, time is just such a huge thing in Blitz in a way that it isn't, especially in rapid chess. I mean, there are moments where it's like you just have to shut it down. And that's kind of the point. If you shut it down, I mean, then it's fine. But there's a very fine line where you have to decide in Blitz, even more so than rapid, where it's like, I try to keep it going? Or
sorry to interrupt you, Hikaru.
Yeah.
Let's just open the game between Duda and Fabi, where it looks like Duda might take the lead in the match.
Yeah, Duda's just winning this game. I mean, Duda is he is someone who, I wouldn't say clear favorite's the right word, but he's someone, a4, nice, a4, a5, and Oh, but does Fabio have a knight f1 maybe? You got to move. Knight f1,
The
king
king
f1,
gets
and the
out.
king gets out. The king gets out. Yeah, rook a1. Yeah, I mean, Fabio's going to lose. I mean, the thing is, Duda does traditionally do better in Title Tuesday than Fabio does. Yeah, just a5 and it's over. Yeah.
And we only have one end game. Oh no, all the games have ended. The first game between Wesley and Ali Reza was a draw, and Murzin or Nepo with white against Murzin was a draw as well. So Duda, the only decisive game, is that surprising to you? I mean, we saw so much decisive action yesterday.
I mean, it's mildly surprising to see 3 draws, but on the other hand, it is a match format, and when you're playing in a match format, it's very different than individual games. I mean, very, very different. So I think that it doesn't surprise me that much. Doesn't surprise me that much. But I think the main thing that Magnus is gonna have to do is he's gonna have to be a lot quicker. He's way too slow in that first game. He's gonna have to pick up the pace. He's gonna have to pick up the pace in the rest of the games.
We don't actually know what the schedule is like, how long the breaks will be, so I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Chat is asking Hikaru and you as well, Hammer, if you have any special New Year's Eve plans.
I'll let you go first, Jan Ludvig.
Well, I'm gonna be spending it here with you guys. It's 8 p.m. in Norway, and we're not gonna see the new world champion until midnight.
That's true.
That's my big plans.
Nice. Yeah, I think for myself, I don't have plans specifically. I mean, tomorrow I'll probably see some of my more. I'll see my brother and his family. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. Tonight, I don't have anything specific planned. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's different in Europe than in America, but I definitely feel like as an American, New Year's Eve when you're younger, it tends to be a lot more fun. You go to a lot of parties, you get completely drunk, and you wake up with a hangover and all this sort of stuff. But I'm not super young anymore, and frankly, those things don't really excite me the way they once did. So I don't really have plans for tonight. Unlike in past years, just looking forward to covering this event with you guys for a couple of hours and just relaxing. So yeah, I don't have anything specific planned, and I think for me mostly it's just like trying to get ready for the new year. As I've said a few times, this year is probably the first year in a very, very long time where I don't really know exactly what's going to happen. I don't know what the schedule looks like for me as far as chess tournaments go. I don't really know what streaming looks like as we go through the year. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and in a way, it's very nice because I've sort of hit this routine for a little bit now for a couple of years, and so we'll see what happens. But I'm actually kind of excited about 2025.
I have a question for you because there's a lot of chess players in New York with no plans today. And having grown up in New York yourself, do you have some recommendations for the visitors? What they should be using
I think
their
what I
New
would say
Year's
is
Eve?
as obviously if you don't mind the cold, although I haven't been outside today, so I don't know how cold it is. But if you don't mind the cold, it's definitely worth going to Times Square to at least get some view of the ball drop. I mean, honestly, the one big upside to the tournament being in New York is it's certainly a location that many people, I mean, I say this from the Americans' perspective, certainly, but I think, a lot of people, it's one of those things you want to do at least once in your life is go sort of see the ball drop in Times Square on New Year's Eve because it's such an iconic thing to do. So that might be what I would say is maybe go try to get some view of the ball drop, perhaps because one of those things that's considered a once in a lifetime event. But besides that, I don't know. I mean, I think you just want to enjoy yourself. So that's what I would say.
Did you talk to any colleagues? Do you know overall what or did you get a feel for how happy people were to have such a big event in New York?
Sorry, I saw someone in chat say something about Levy saying something. What I was gonna say is, yeah, is that I haven't. I mean, I didn't really talk that much to many of the players. The one thing I would say that was really nice, and this is something specifically for the haters out there, is that it was really a lot of fun talking to some of the American players. Like I spoke a little bit with Nico Chasen, I spoke with Andrew Tang. It was very encouraging for both of them as far as their chess goes, and what they're trying to do. You know, so I spoke a lot to some of the Americans in general about just about what they about what they could do chess wise. I didn't really talk about plans specifically because it's kind of a weird thing to talk about. But I'm sure people will figure out what they're going to do.
Hammer, you were predicting before the day that FIDE was generous with their time allowance, but I think if anything,
I may have gotten that one wrong. I was thinking that when they have set matches against set opponents, that they would just be running through the games and not really breaking much between, because the players, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hikaru, one of the most difficult things about the World Blitz Championship is that after every game, you have 20 minutes break. So it's so incredibly difficult to find a rhythm in your play when you're constantly getting those interruptions. And the players don't like that. And they normally want to be like, oh, we just want to, when we have a match, best of 4 games, we just want to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's what you want when you play Blitz. You know, no, again, I think what I would say about this is that, you know, there's a very fine line between, you know, what chess is and where you want chess to go. And I think that the idea of having a break between every game so that, like, let's just say, I assume NRK probably wants to do an interview with Magnus between every round, if I'm not mistaken, or things like this. Like, on the one hand, I understand it, but I feel like it doesn't actually do anything tangible to, like, increase the viewership or bring more people or build the drama is my personal takeaway. So I don't like it. I also would say that I don't like it secondarily because when you have these long breaks, it gives people a chance to start preparing for the games as well. And that's something that it sort of runs counter to what I believe in. Like, I'll give you a good example. So with this event versus 2022, players in the refreshment room or whatever, you could have your phone out, you could play with your phone and do all this other stuff and look at various opening things and everything else. And basically, in the past when I played, the players were in the refreshment area, like in Kazakhstan in 2022, nobody had a phone. You literally would have to go all the way out through security where you check everything, which is like at least 10 minutes just to get back there. So I don't like the idea of having this break and people being able to, like, potentially prepare. I just don't. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I think it kind of runs counter to what Blitz should be.
I also think from a spectator's perspective, Wandering Bishop was just making that point that in that case, if they're gonna wait, it would make a lot more sense to stagger the 4 games rather than, I mean, we missed the other 3 and then we get 10 or 15 minutes of just sitting here and waiting, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't add anything specifically. I think, you know, it's one thing when it comes to, like, chess.com, where at least there's a rationale behind it, which is it gives them time to run ads. So from that standpoint, I understand it when chess.com does it. I don't have to like it, but I understand it. But that's obviously not the case with this event. So I don't really get it. I don't like it. I mean, I think if you're a spectator also, I mean, who knows? Maybe maybe they're trying to milk it even harder on tickets to where people can only come in for one Blitz game at a time instead of the whole match. I really don't know, but I feel like it's just not it's not being run great, but, you know, I don't want to be too over the top negative.
Let's talk about Hans. He's the first man back at the board. You were saying you think with black he should keep things solid. What approach do you think he should go for with the white pieces?
Well, I mean, the first good thing is it's one less game. That's the first important thing. Now it's a best of 3 versus a best of 4, and he has 2 whites and 1 black. I expect him to try very hard to win this game. I think he's going to go. I think he's going to try to play very aggressively. And we'll see what happens. But I do expect him to try. That's my guess for the second game.
Does Magnus have a clear weakness, or is that kind of secret top level?
Well, I mean, I think Magnus, I mean, he's obviously better at this than I am. He's also a couple of years younger, but the one weakness that I've seen from Magnus is, much like me, I feel like he's starting to struggle a little bit when he gets into these big time scrambles with little time left on the clock of only a couple of seconds. So if you can get him into that situation, then he can make mistakes. That's probably his biggest weakness, especially as it relates to Blitz.
I mean, Jan Ludwig was talking about
we got
Magnus's...
moves.
Oh, we have moves. Okay, let's go there.
It's a Rosalimo Sicilian. Magnus pushes his pawn forward in the center, taking control in the center with the pawns, compared to white only having one pawn. On the other hand, Hans has gotten more pieces into the game early on.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just, isn't this just a, isn't this like that Sicilian? It's like that E4, C5, knight C3, knight 6, knight F3, E5. But you've wasted a tempo, right? As white? I think you've wasted a tempo. Okay, so Hans played H3, knight H2. Could have played knight D2, knight F1, which is the more traditional approach. It looks pretty balanced. But I would say that the good thing from Hans's perspective here is that his next like 5 moves are pretty obvious. He wants to go like knight G4, knight E3, or knight F1, knight E3, or bishop G5. And Magnus has to come up with a plan here, so Magnus could spend a bit of time.
Hans gets his knight, challenging the black knight. Do you make this trade and then jump into the middle?
I think if you do that, there might be a B5. I think that's why Magnus played knight D4 right away. I don't think knight D4 is a blunder, by the way, but yeah, probably what, like A6 here maybe? Or you still can't go D5. Maybe A6?
So Magnus is trying to preserve that opportunity to kick Hans's bishop when the opportunity presents itself. And Magnus doesn't want to trade the bishop. He wants Hans to do it so that he can get control of that important central square.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already actually, I'm starting to like this position a little bit more for Magnus, because he now has one idea of playing B5, and Hans has to play like knight D5 and C3 or F4. I mean, again, it's getting to a situation where Hans has to make a choice. B5, is that a mistake?
Engine indicates it as a mistake because now there is a potential for trading and opening up in front of Magnus's king.
Wait, did Magnus just blunder a bishop H6? Wait, what is this? Did he just blunder a bishop H6? I guess he's still okay, right?
Takes. Are you saying bishop H6 here? No.
No, but you just take this. This looks very iffy, no?
Engine loves it for white.
Yeah, this is... Wait, did Magnus just actually blunder with B5?
He felt the need to take back with the knight, but now he has a
now he's in real trouble. Yeah, now probably bishop G5. The good thing for Magnus here, however, is that queen B8, I guess. I mean, the good thing for Magnus is that he at least isn't too far down on the clock. But I mean, I don't like this position. Maybe queen B7, bishop D8. This is kind of ugly. This is really kind of ugly.
Do you
Maybe
think the
queen
pressure
B7?
will creep in as well, if especially given their history, if you feel you're in serious danger of going down in the match?
I mean, maybe, but on the other hand, they did play in the SEC and Magnus dominated Hans, so I'm not so sure that I really see that. Also, I love how H4 is top computer move here. That is a move that will never be played, especially in Blitz.
B4.
Oh, can I not read? My screen's too small. Okay, sorry, the screen's too small. I thought it saw H4. Yeah, I don't know. B4 also not a move that will be played because there's bishop D5 and knight C3. It just looks unnatural to play B4 and lock the bishop in. So we still have a long way to go. No, Magnus definitely blundered, by the way. He definitely blundered with B5. That was definitely a blunder.
If not H4, not B4, what's a natural way to approach?
Yeah, Queen H5 is very natural, yeah. Probably H6 and G6 if I had to guess. Wait, what? Okay.
Yeah, no, relay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question marks on chess.com is malfunctioning a little bit. But this was one of the top choices.
Yeah, you know, out of all the things with chess.com that annoys me, out of all the things, this is probably the thing that annoys me the most. I'm not going to lie.
But I think it's just caused by the relay being erroneous for a couple of seconds, and then it kind of latches on. Because the first, at the start there, the relay thought the bishop had blundered itself, but it just didn't realize it had gone all the way on the diagonal.
Well, I didn't actually mean like the relay, because that's understandable. I meant the whole double question mark system from chess.com is very, very bad. I mean, it's just not it's not correct. Let's leave it at that. So I mean, Magnus has to go F6.
It's not for you necessarily.
Right, yeah. Magnus has to go F6 here, and he does play it, right? Yeah, I mean,
Does White have any hope of getting an attack on the king side here?
I mean, I feel like white's better, but I don't know why exactly. And it's again a situation where in a classical game I'd much rather be white. In a blitz game, the ebbs and flows around who has the obvious plan or idea and can start pushing on the clock is very important. And actually here, even though white is better, Hans has to find the plan. Magnus just reacts to whatever he does here. So I would probably prefer in a blitz game to be black, whereas in a normal game I'd much prefer to be white. Yeah, but now you just take, right? D takes e5, and where's the what do you have after d takes e5? Yeah, what's the idea?
Wow, the computer is pointing out knight f6.
Apparently, knight f6 is a tactic to win a pawn.
Oh, because the rook on a8 is hanging. Oh, wow, I didn't see that.
At the end of this, the rook is undefended, meaning that
Yikes.
the bishop cannot be recaptured.
Did we get it or not? We didn't get it,
No,
did we?
there's no chance, right?
He could play it, but I mean, it's a situation where you have to play it now. If you get down to 10, yeah, he doesn't do it, and now Magnus survives. Yeah, like queen d6, and you're fine. Yeah. Wait, but this hangs a6, no? Oh, wait, bishop a6, bishop d5, maybe. Okay, b3, a5, probably. And see, this is the problem with blitz. See, Hans, he had the winning tactic with knight f6. He spends 30 seconds, he misses it, and now he's way down on the clock, and it's probably going to play a massive role in this game. I mean, this is why, yeah.
Do you think he could get into trouble here with the time situation?
Oh, very, very, very easily. I mean, this is the problem with blitz. Like, it literally comes down to whose intuition is better and whether you use your time correctly. I mean, that's all blitz is. Like, this is a game. This is a perfect. This actually, honestly, reminds me of my games. Is there queen d2 here or something?
Magnus is going to win a pawn. No pawn won. The knight is doing a counterattack.
No, but what I was trying to say is this reminds me of my games yesterday, where it's like I got these time advantages, or I had these situations, and I would use my time at the wrong moment, and then I would also play the wrong move, and then I would get low on time, and one thing compounds another, and I end up just losing the games. Magnus could trade to make the draw. What's he going to go? Bishop g6, maybe?
Is Magnus trading there a sign of nerves?
I would never have traded the queens on d1. That's like very surprising to me. I mean, it's still fine for him, but
suffer. He's going to have to suffer, don't know?
Yeah, this is not good. This is not good for Magnus at all.
He has to get at the knight. The knight's currently
He's
very
too
powerful.
slow. He's too slow. Rook b8 was a bad move.
He needs to go after the knight, but now the knight gets away.
And now you lose.
Hans wins a pawn.
Yeah, now you lose the game. Yeah, Magnus's time usage not good. Not good here. Not good. He's going to lose this game most likely. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. It's still good, but rook c2? No, rook c2. You had to go to c2. That's the wrong square. Wait, what? Rook takes c5?
Oh, gosh.
King g6 only move. What's going on?
Magnus moves
now
into
you
the
lose.
middle.
Now you lose. You get mated on b6. Oh my
Checkmate
gosh.
threat.
Rook e8. Oh my gosh.
Checkmate.
Oh my gosh. So bad.
Oh my goodness.
Bad. So bad. So bad for Magnus. So bad.
He's looking very, very nervy against Hans.
Yeah. It's what I said though. Magnus is doing his best impersonation of me. Actually, he's doing his best impersonation of me, which is that he's getting low on time, and when he gets low on time, his brain is just like collapsing. It's the exact same thing that happened to me yesterday. The moment he gets low on time, he's collapsing.
Let's open Fabi's game. I have another question for you about the time management thing, but let's look at the end of this first.
This looks good for Fabiano, right? And he's got the time advantage, so Fabi's going to win this. Yeah, I mean, time is all that matters in Blitz. Time is all that matters. Wait, what is Queen E1? Queen E7. Queen E7. Ay. What was that? I mean, what is this from Fabiano? Queen C5, and now you probably draw the game.
But why is the engine saying when you have this?
I think there's some kind of glitch here, I think. I think there's a glitch in the moves, right?
You think?
There must be a glitch. Yeah. It's an accidental threefold from Fabiano, isn't it? It's an accidental threefold, I think.
Because there's nothing like this. No.
It's an accidental threefold. That is hilarious.
So this game ended in a draw, which means Duda keeps the lead in this matchup. Jan Nepomniachtchi won game 2 against Morzin. He takes the
Yeah.
lead. And Wesley So against Alireza was another draw. At the halfway mark, I mean, Hans having the lead against Magnus is surely the big surprise of the day.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's not a massive surprise. In Blitz, anything can happen. But what I'm surprised by with the result is that Magnus is getting way too low on time. Magnus seems very, very nervy. And he's moving too slowly. Like he's just moving way too slowly. That's kind of the main thing, is he's just too slow. And it's what I said before, that that when you play Blitz, time matters a lot more than anything else. So like the thing that surprised me is that, like, it's not like Magnus, can't lose a game here or there. It's not like he can't even lose a match and he's behind right now. But it's more the fact that what I said at the start about his one weakness, which is getting too low on time, he's doing exactly that. And that's a huge issue. Now, Matt, also, if this were best of 2, the match is over, but it is a best of 4. So Magnus does still have 2 games to try and recover.
But you've talked about this a bunch, right? You just said Magnus pulled a Hikaru almost. And I mean, do you feel there is any way to work on this issue? Or do you think, okay, as we get older, that's just life and there is nothing to be done?
So I'm going to give you a good example. I saw a clip of I saw the video of when Ivanchuk lost this game to Daniel yesterday, Daniel Naroditsky. And he was sitting at the board and crying for like 2 minutes after the game ended. And I mean, this is probably a hot take, but honestly, I don't think there's a way to deal with it. I think that it's something that once it happens, it's kind of the inevitability of age. And that's also why, for me, even if I'm a little bit disappointed with the result, I'm far more like saddened by the fact that I feel like it's something that I'm not really sure how to work on it. So like when you talk about Magnus now, I think the way that he has to try and deal with it is just avoid getting low on time, moving faster the whole game. And I was trying to do that yesterday, but I failed miserably in the second half. But ultimately, I don't think it's anything you can work on. I think it's literally just, I mean, that's just what happens as you get older.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that it's not really anything Hans has done with his play that's getting Magnus low on time. It seems like a bit of a self-inflicted problem, and I guess that's what you're getting at too.
But also, I mean, as you get older, your brain isn't as quick. You second guess yourself. I mean, there's so many different things that go into it. It's not as simple as that. But I think the thing is, I think the thing is, like, I've seen it a lot. Like, for example, the best case of it is where Garry Kasparov, like, you see him play his tournaments in St. Louis, and you see the positions he gets, and he gets these great positions. I mean, he gets great positions, whether it's regular chess, Fischer and whatever it is. He gets these great positions, and then as soon as he gets low on time, every single game it falls apart. And so for me, because I've seen it happen a lot in recent times, specifically with Garry, it doesn't really shock me as much as it might otherwise.
I find something you said there very, very interesting. You said that as you get older, you find yourself second guessing yourself more.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think that's an of course, because as when you're young, you often you lack some confidence and
well, maybe it's when you're younger, you don't know any better. Maybe that's the way. It's the ignorance of youth. Maybe that's the best way of putting it.
Do you think that
what I would say.
Blitz is a young man's game at the end of the day?
I mean, I think it's getting younger, certainly. I mean, I think from playing at this time, I mean, you see all these kids who are so well prepared. I mean, it's just it's becoming more and more difficult. I also would say I think that's one of the big reasons that, like, I've struggled against Alireza is because Alireza, since he's so much younger, he actually is able to control his nerves. When he gets down to like 3, 2, 1 second on the clock, I mean, I'm talking more online and over the board, certainly, but he's able to still find the best moves. When I get down to 2 seconds on the clock, I mean, my brain I can't think. I literally can't think. So, I mean, it remains to be seen, like, you know, up to what age you can be competitive. I mean, Magnus still obviously very competitive. I'm trying to be competitive, but you know, we'll see.
I think
They
we
have started game
just-
3, but we have no
yeah.
moves, unfortunately.
Well, it's knight f3, knight f6, c4, b6. Hikaru, would you say this is a must-win game for Magnus?
I mean, I think Magnus needs to win this game. I think he needs to move fast. I think the main thing Magnus needs to do is he needs to move fast. Is this what's the position?
I think so.
I mean, for Magnus, he needs to move fast. That's the main thing. He's got to. I don't know why I'm not getting the moves, but anyway.
Yeah, we're also not. I think we were just basing ourselves. off
Yeah, I
the
think that was the
camera.
wrong game.
Okay.
It may have been the wrong game we were following.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened?
Yeah,
Well,
no, I
just
mean, we
don't have
saw
a
these
move.
moves on the camera, but maybe it wasn't Magnus's camera.
Okay.
So we're not too
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I think I think what I would say about all this is that, you know, for Magnus, he is to just find the flow and move fast. You have to move fast. That's all there is to it. And go from there. Magnus played the London. Okay, I don't see it. Yeah, if Magnus loses this game, he's out. He's just done if he loses this game. But I don't think he's going to lose this game.
I refreshed. I'm still not getting it.
I mean, I see the moves, but if I tell them all, do you want me to tell them all to you?
Yeah.
Sure.
D4, knight f6, bishop f4, d5, e3, bishop f5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight bd7, knight f3, knight bishop b4, sorry.
Okay, we got
that.
the we got something.
Nope.
Are you kidding me? It jumped. Sorry, I have to start over.
Knight f6, bishop f4, d5, e3, bishop f5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight bd7, knight f3, bishop b4, bishop e2, castles, castles, h6, queen b3, bishop takes c3, b takes, b6, cd, ed, c4, bishop e6, rook ac1.
And we still
No,
no
that
moves.
was on me, Fiona. That was on me. Oh no. No, that was completely my fault.
Yeah, we don't have the moves,
somewhere.
do we?
Yeah, I clicked somewhere I shouldn't.
Just stay on game. Just stay on the game tab.
I was doing it on freaking reflex.
Yeah.
That's
Knight f3,
so
bishop
sad.
b4.
Bishop e2, castles, castles, h6, queen b3, bishop takes c3, bc3, b6, cd, ed, c4, bishop e6,
rook
rook
ac1,
ac1, c5,
and c5, yeah.
Rook fd1, queen e7, d takes c5, knight takes c5, queen b2, rook fd8, c takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop e5, f6, almost there, bishop d4, rook ac8, h3, knight a4, queen a1, knight c5, queen b1.
It was h3. It was h3. h3, not h4. Yeah, queen a1, knight c5, queen b1, and then what?
Knight a4, queen a1, knight c5, bishop c4, bishop f7, a4, knight b4, bishop takes c5, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and we're in the live position.
Yeah, I mean, it's another dry position, though. It's another very dry position. Magnus is white, right? Just to be clear. Don't change it or anything, but yeah.
So yeah,
oh, it updated.
We got live games.
Yeah, I mean, it's another very dry position, I would say. But I mean, the good thing here, or wait, no, it's not dry because you have queen b1 check. Oh wait, no, it's not dry. I thought black could play rook c5 takes queen f7, but there's rook d8, queen b1. Aha, it's not actually dry. It's not dry. I thought it was just an easy draw for black, but it's not. No, actually, Magnus has what he wants. And Magnus is definitely better. Because after rook c5 takes king f7, there's probably knight d4 with queen b1, queen a3. Light square weaknesses everywhere here. And Magnus is way up on clock, too. So let's see. What do we got?
Hans ends up taking with a pawn.
Okay. Queen f5 is a mistake. Don't ask me why. Why is this a mistake?
Looks good enough to me.
That looks great. I mean, the main thing is, again, time, and time. Yeah, I mean, it's what I said before. Like, this is why Blitz is, there's so much more variance, is because a lot of what it comes down to is who uses the time better. And I mean, whoever uses their time better, more often than not, that matters a lot more than the objective moves. I mean, I think you go rook c7, but even bishop f7, king f7, knight h4, the queen g6 looks very, very dangerous too. Very dangerous. And Hans is down to 10 seconds. Okay, now Magnus is going to trade and win the game. Yeah, he'll trade, take c5, and he's going to win the game.
The
Or queen
drama
c5 right away.
continues.
Queen c5 right away might even be better, actually. And he does do it. Yeah, Magnus is going to win this game. With the time situation, there's no way that Magnus doesn't win this game.
I guess he's winning another pawn also. No.
Yeah. Well, no, he's not winning. You have a5, but I mean, still takes knight d4. I mean, knight d4 right away is probably what I would actually play. Yeah. Takes. Yeah, I mean, Magnus is going to massage the king side here, like g4 or h4.
He's going straight for the kill.
Knight e6, GG.
Ooh, Hans changes his mind.
So what, queen a7 probably? Yeah, I mean, the time situation is what it comes down to. Whoever controls the time better generally is going to win in blitz. Yeah, there should be a knight e6.
It's so tricky, right? You talked about it. I mean, we all tell ourselves, oh, I need to just play faster the next game. But once you're at the board, it's just...
Yeah.
And
exactly.
that's already game over.
The knight.
Wow.
Magnus equalizes.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I said before. You just have to move fast. And when you move fast, you get, that's what matters. And,
shall we go to Jan Krzysztof Duda against Fabi? Because if Duda wins, he is through.
Yeah, sure. Fabi super low on time. Ugh.
They're both very, very low on time, yeah.
Actually, you're right. I just noticed they're both low. I like Fabi's position, though. He's going to go g4 or f4. I mean, this should be easier to play for him, I think. King e2. I don't like a6 from Fabi. It feels too slow. And g4 now, that's a good move. Yeah, Fabi's going to win this, right? Knight g4, rook h1. I mean, what? b5? Okay, it goes f4. Now now there's rook h3. There's rook h3. There's rook h3. Oh, come on, Fabiano.
Fabi just blundered one of his most important pawns, and if he loses this now, it's over.
By the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game and is through to the semifinals.
Yeah, like rook g1. I mean, Fabi's going to lose this game now. I mean, this is so sick. Knight e3. Rook g3. Yeah, rook g3 just ends it. Poor Fabi. h3, game over.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Let's go to Wesley So quickly. He's about to take the advantage in his match against Alireza.
Oh, Wesley's about to beat Alireza. Wow. Yeah. Rook c8, knight f7, checkmate. GG.
Ooh, nice trick, maybe? Can you
knight
still take
b7? It? Yeah, but knight takes b7, no? Wait, what is Wesley doing here?
Don't tell me he's gonna...
Did he panic?
Pete.
No, but it's still
checkmate.
Winning. I guess you're still winning rook c7, right? Rook c7 and knight still. Okay, now he wins. Yeah, now he wins. You're just checking rook a8. Check rook a8. Just like, don't let that pawn go. Or rook c2, I guess.
Ooh, he's allowing the pawn to go.
What is this? What is this, Wesley?
Unnecessary.
Is there knight f7 here? Knight f7 maybe? Knight f7?
Apparently there's a checkmate. I don't really see it.
Knight f7 was mate.
He gave away the rook.
It's still winning, I think, but like, yeah, king f7, e6, e7, I think is winning.
Apparently it was the wrong pawn to rush from Wesley, but it felt like the right one.
He's gonna win though. There's knight e8, knight f6.
The knight will block the rook from stopping the pawn. which forced Alireza to sacrifice the rook immediately, and Wesley does take the lead.
Wow. Whew.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is a big result. I
Yeah,
think
that's a big one.
out of all the matches, I had Alireza, I think, as the clearest favorite to win his match. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I thought Magnus was quite a big favorite.
I mean, I think Magnus is the biggest, but I mean, you know, what I said yesterday though about Wesley is it is true that in general, Wesley has really struggled. Like, I cannot recall a good, like an actual good result that he's had since he won the Global Chess Championship in 2022 or 20, was it? I think it was 2022, right? Like I can't recall last time Wesley had an actual good result, whether it was online or over the board. And it does feel to me like he is kind of overdue. Like, I mean, he is a great player. Let's make no mistake about it. He's a great player. I feel like he is a little bit overdue. So I'm actually kind of happy to see him jumping out to the lead because he's just been a miserable last 2 years for him.
So with one round to go, Jan-Christoph Duda and Jan Nepomniachtchi are through to the semifinals. Magnus's match against Hans is tied, and Wesley has the lead against Alireza. What do you think? Do you think the matches are gonna end after game 4? Do you think Wesley will see his lead through? Or will we go into extra time?
I mean, I feel like if there's anybody that I want in a must-draw situation, except when they play Magnus, it probably would be Wesley. If there's anybody that I would want to see with Black, except when they play Magnus, it's definitely Wesley. So I think it's a very tall task for Alireza needing to win. I mean, there's just one game left, right?
Yeah.
So I really like I do like Wesley's chances here to hold, but Alireza is going to throw the kitchen sink at him, and we'll see if something sticks.
Magnus, meanwhile, that match is tied. Hans will be playing with the white pieces. We see he's back at the board already. What do you expect from that one? Big game.
Yeah, I mean it's a big game. I mean, I'm sure Magnus wishes he was not in the situation, but yeah, it's probably going to be a very nervy game. I think what I would say is the same thing I said about the earlier games, and it applies to both players. It's all about time. It seems to me that Magnus, even if it's not as bad as it is in my case, he very clearly, when he gets super low on time, his instincts, his reaction are not as great as they have been in the past. So he's going to have to avoid getting super low on time. If he can avoid getting super low on time, I think everything will be great for him. But again, it's a best of one. Anything can happen. There's variance, and let's see what we get.
If you're Magnus, do you stick to the Sicilian? Do you play something a bit more solid? What do you think you'll do?
I think he'll play. I mean, the reason that I'm not sure he'll play E5 is because when he played in the match against Hans, they played all these Italians, and Magnus got some bad positions. And I think Magnus probably doesn't want to do that because that'll give Hans a chance to blitz out like 15, 20 moves right away. So I would guess that we'll get. If I had to guess, I don't know. I still feel like Magnus is more likely than not to play E5 in this situation, but I really don't know. I think he's going to lean on the side of being more solid than taking huge risks. So I think we will get E5 if you were to ask. I think we'll get E5. That's my prediction.
And I mean, if this game ends in a draw, we will just see another 3+2. And if that's a draw, another 3+2. I think one of the reasons they are doing this is I think they are trying to move away from Armageddon. The world match between Gukash and Ding was the same. There was not going to be any Armageddon at any point down the line. Do you think that's a good idea, or did you like the Armageddon?
Well, I mean, I think that, again, everything in chess comes down to really one fundamental question, which is if there's Armageddon or if there are changes to formats or, whatever you want to call it, will that make it more exciting for viewers, and will that lead to more viewership and or potential sponsors? And I actually am of the opinion that I think having Armageddon, having games without increment has much more potential for that. And mostly what I base that off of is that I'm so old that I remember playing chess before there was increment at all. And the one constant, I know the game starts, so I'll just finish this thought very quickly. The one constant that I've seen is that people, even if they're not big fans of chess, they will always follow games if there's very little time. There are a lot of fast moves. It's all very rapid, stuff like that. So from that standpoint, I mean, I would actually prefer to see Armageddon. But again, the people who are watching online will probably have the biggest say at the end of the day.
We did get an Italian.
Mm-hmm. Pretty normal so far. Yeah, we're probably gonna get knight bd2, rook e1, and knight f1 if I had to guess. Yeah, rook e1, standard.
It feels to me like they're playing relatively slowly, considering they've played this all a million times.
Yeah, but I mean, the Italian is all about the move orders. So it looks like Magnus trying to be as solid can be, though. He's trying to be super solid here with his approach. This is but this is all very standard.
Do you think the colors matter a lot in Blitz?
I mean, the colors don't matter. The opening matters. If one player can play quickly, the first 15 moves quickly, the other player's down 30 minutes out of the opening, that's already a big advantage. Big advantage. That's also one of the reasons, as far as my event goes, I've kind of wondered if, like, I said this when I was streaming Title Tuesday earlier, if I made the mistake by not playing my online openings, like I was just trusting people a little bit too much, by not playing my B3, knight F3 stuff. You know, I played E4 almost every game, and maybe that was a big mistake at the end of the day, but, you know, we'll never know.
Engine right now really advocating for Magnus to do like a quadruple pawn in the center trade off by pushing his pawn up. Any other move will give the eval bar in Hans's favor if Magnus loses this game.
I don't mind rook e8 at all. I think it's completely fine. It's what I would have played too, by the way, because the problem there is if you spend 30 seconds on d5 and then you don't like it, you've just killed your chances. If you spend 30 seconds there on that move and then you don't play it, you're down on clock and you've already made it very difficult on yourself. So it's very tricky. Very tricky.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, Magnus spent 28 seconds on
he did? I didn't
back.
realize that he did. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna have to pick up the speed here. You got to pick up the speed, Magnus. This is getting dangerous. Maybe 95. I mean, I don't like this. This time situation is very bad, and White's moves are very easy. White's moves are a lot easier than Black's moves here.
How do you make the decision whether to take on d4 or not?
I think you've just got to go with it. You've got to move here. This is too much time to be down on the clock here. Is he still thinking?
1 minute 30. No, 1 minute. Yeah.
Wow, he did spend all this time.
It was c6. I mean, that's fine. I guess Magnus is going to go queen d7, rook e6, rook e8. That's his idea. Yeah, queen d7, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where Magnus needs to really pick up the pace, though. I don't like rook b8 at all, by the way. I do not like rook b8 whatsoever. Yeah, this is very dangerous. Very dangerous for Magnus. Queen d7, like, you got to go.
He needs to move.
This is very bad.
He's down.
What's he doing? You got to go.
4 seconds now.
Queen d7, only move. Just move. Yeah, I think Magnus is he's gonna have to pick up the pace here.
I've almost never seen him play this slowly. Do you think it's also just the nerves of the situation?
Oh, I'm sure that, yeah, but he's got to go. Queen d7, rook e8, you got to go here.
Under a minute now for Magnus.
He's completely choking.
What's he doing? You got to move.
Are we not getting moves?
I mean, I keep thinking, no,
he's
but
down to 45 seconds.
I see 45, but
yeah, that's what Hammer said, I think. But 45 seconds.
Come on, you got to move. King h7. Yeah, queen e7, I guess.
Why e7 now when you've been saying d7 earlier?
I assume you want to put pressure, but there's knight h. I mean, but he's got to move. Like, you've got no time. What is he doing? You've got no time. Wow.
He's down 2 minutes.
King h7, only move. King h7, only move. I mean, the good thing for Magnus is he has rook e8. Rook e8, maybe?
Hans just wasted a lot of time moving his knight back and forth. And now eval bar moving in Magnus's direction. As Hans pushes the pawn forward, it does open up for Magnus to try and... I don't even understand. I guess it's mostly about this nice square in the middle.
Did we just see the bait of the century by Magnus?
I mean, I guess he's going to go queen d2, bishop b8, or d5, d5, bishop b8. Something with bishop b8. Yeah. Okay. Queen
Hans
b4,
is
very hard
committing.
move.
Hans is
I would
committing
trade the
now.
rooks. Trade the rooks on e5 and just go. 12 seconds.
Hans is
The
really
bishop-
committed to an attack against the black king, but Magnus is trying to trade the queens.
No, but Magnus is actually okay here. If pieces come off the board, he can play every move in 2 seconds easily.
So
But this is a
do you,
position. Yeah, go ahead.
do you keep the queens here for Hans, even if it's not objectively good?
If you could, you should with queen h4. But I mean, I think you trade and go knight f1, and you just pray that you're very thankful that you're up a minute on the clock here.
Hans keeps the queens. He wants to go
Magnus is going to force a
punish.
draw here. Magnus is going to force a draw. I bet he's going to force a draw with queen. Yeah, okay.
If the queen returned, it would actually get trapped.
Oh, there's h5. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, okay. Rook d2, of course. Okay, move the rook back.
But now Magnus is very happy, surely, no?
I mean, it's still room for tricks with knights on the board. Like knight b3 and then knight e1, knight d3. I mean, it's still a lot of play. But yes, Magnus should not lose this game. Like knight e6 here, maybe. Yeah, knight e6.
He's piling up a
96?
lot of pressure against the pawn.
Like rook d5. Okay, goes f5. Yeah, I mean, Magnus should not lose this game now. Yeah, there should be no risk at all for him.
But can he win it?
c5 maybe? Okay. This is getting interesting. There's going to be some cd4, g5, g4. I mean, it's getting messy now. Also, king c4, there's b5, I just realized. No, right now, I mean, right now, Hans should just be very thankful that Magnus spent all that time. Because if Magnus had a minute on the clock here, he would win this game, I would say, with 90% certainty. But with 40 seconds left, I mean, or 20 seconds, yeah.
Don't you
Okay.
think he's still a big favorite to win it? Well,
Hans
Knight
just
c5?
is trading into
Yeah.
a pawn end game.
No, Magnus is going to win now. And Hans is losing his time advantage. Everything's going wrong. Yep, it's over. F3, knight F3, H4, knight E4, GG. And Hans lost the whole time advantage now as well. So, yeah.
Wow. How
What a
close
game.
was that?
That was close. I'm not gonna lie. That was really, really close. But it's not over. Is it king D3? Oh, but you have king E5 or wait, where's the win? B5 maybe? You gotta go. Okay, I guess this is good enough. Yeah, this is good enough.
Magnus is winning a pawn.
Yeah, knight B2. Knight B2, yeah. Knight C4. Or wait, no.
Another
There's
pawn.
wait, no. You gotta be careful, actually. Wait. You don't want to get forked by knight D5. Yeah, but now once you get the knight back to C5 and E4, this is very basic. Yeah, Magnus is gonna win now. Knight E4. Knight E4 is what I would play, but also have you noticed how Magnus is somehow up on the clock now? I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Knight G5, I guess. Knight G5, Knight E4, reroute the horse. I don't know about like G5. It's good enough, but I don't like it.
Surely everything is good enough at this point.
Yeah, it should be, but you never know. 2 knights. But I guess Hans has no time. To be fair, there's just no time.
Also, it's tricky with the king open like that, no?
You know, like Bishop C3. Why is
Did you
Magnus so
see-
slow, though?
Did you see the stalemate trick Magnus fell for against
Rook
Buck?
takes F3. I didn't see it because I was playing my game at the time, but come on. Move Bishop C3.
Knights are coming.
King F7, maybe? King F6, I guess. Yeah. Okay, now it's over. Yeah, now it's over. You can't stop King F5 and Black's pushing the P. Yeah, King F5 and just like G4, G3.
Oh.
G4. I didn't like that from Magnus. G4. Bishop G7, I guess.
Surely you cannot mess this up, right?
I mean, I don't think so, but I'm not 100. Well, yeah, you can't mess it up now with only 2 pawns versus 1. Yeah, bishop g7 or f6. Yeah, this is over.
A very straightforward plan in the coming moves for Magnus. The white knight is unable to get over to that other side.
Yeah, bishop d4, knight d5, bishop d4 is game over. Okay. I would just take the knight. Just take that knight. Just take that knight and go king g3. Yeah. Yeah, rook a4, and that's all she wrote. h4, h3, GG.
That was very, very close, but Magnus comes in to win the final 2 games and win the match.
Yep. There you go. That's it.
What a clutch win by Magnus with the black pieces. It looks to me, I was on my phone for a second to get confirmation, but it looks to me, if chess.com is right, that Wesley So won a crazy, crazy game against Alireza. Maybe we can quickly check out the end
Of
of
course.
that.
I mean, well, come on. We're all out here rooting for the first American rapid champion, and we know who that's going to be. And his name starts with a W.
Huh? What
and his
did you
name
say?
starts with a W, not an H. But anyway, okay. Anyway.
He's the only American left in the tournament now with Fabian Hans out. So all relies on him. Yeah, Jan Ludwig, I saw this from the corner of my eye and it just looked like insanity.
Yeah. Knight takes. Somehow the rook is safe.
D5H, D5H5. Yeah, D5H5. Yeah. No, I was saying knight g6, take the rook d5 h5. The split pawns are good enough. That's hilarious. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Turns out you can't get one without the other one running away with it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And so Alireza chose to just try and push the pawns through the middle. But Wesley managed to get his king close and with it win the match.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like yeah, big shout out to Wesley. I mean, as I was saying, obviously very very happy to see him win and have a shot to win the whole thing, being in the final 4. So like it's great to see. Great to see that.
Wesley is gonna play Jan next, if I'm not mistaken. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a barn burner. Either player could win. They're very, very active, or not active. Sorry, they're both very, very strong players. They have a lot of history. They've played many games. And they're very, very experienced. I mean, I think it's basically a coin flip, is what I would say. I think it's a coin flip. I mean, I think it's a big coin flip. What will happen in this match? I mean, I think Magnus now is a very big favorite, though. I'm not going to lie, because I don't think Magnus played anywhere near his best. I saw someone in chat today who's angry. I mean, I'd be angry if I were Magnus too. He let that match get way too close for comfort. Never should have gotten to this point it did. So, I think that, Magnus is going to be very motivated to bring out his best chess in the next 2 matches. And also, it's fairly prophetic what I said earlier, but again, best of 4. In a best of 2, Magnus loses this match. In a best of 4, he finds a way. The quality of his play overall speaks. His chess speaks for itself, unlike someone else. So very, Magnus is clearly the favorite to win.
Do you think he's also helped now by Alireza getting knocked out? Magnus did point out to Alireza being his main competitor.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the thing. It reminds me of the Chess Champions Tour, where like Magnus, I think intentionally picked MVL or someone instead of picking Alireza, if I remember correctly, for who to play against. And so he picked he picked the other guy, and then Alireza lost to Nepo. So yeah, I mean, I think I mean, don't get me wrong, like Alireza is great, but I think he struggles when somehow when everything's on the line, and it's annoying to see, because I do think that Alireza, as I've said many times, has the most potential. But when the stakes are high, it doesn't seem like it's meant to be for some reason. Just doesn't seem like it's meant to be, which is kind of annoying. But on the other hand, he's got a whole career ahead of him, so I expect him at some point to win.
According to the schedule, the next game is not going to start for another 14 minutes. Does that mean we're gonna lose you to the New York New Year's Eve?
I mean, New Year's Eve, no. I mean, I'm just gonna go out and enjoy some time. You know, I very rarely come back to New York. I mean, it's probably I mean, in the last decade, I think I've been in New York maybe something like 5 or 6 times. So like, it's not somewhere where I spend a lot of time anymore. So I'll probably go out for a little bit, just enjoy some of the day. I'm guessing I'll be back for the final. Actually, I wouldn't be shocked if I'm back for the final match for a game or two. But that's what I would say. I think, you know, it's been exciting to watch the game so far today. I think definitely a lot of surprise. The Hans match being a lot closer than it feels like it should have been. Wesley beating Ali Reza. I don't think anybody really had that on the cards. I mean, poor Fabi also, like, you know, I mean, Fabi is just such a great player, and somehow when he gets in the scrambles, it's just like it's brutal. So yeah, I'm gonna bounce, but just to answer a couple of other questions before I go. For Benjamin Too Long, I see his comment asked about the Chuki thing. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I think that's like the worst thing about playing chess professionally is that if you get to the very top level of chess, you know, at some point you're not as good as you once were, and I think that it's very difficult to deal with that. You know, if Chuki were 10 years younger, let alone 5 years younger, he would have queened that pawn on b8, played rook f6, won the game. But you know, time sort of just doesn't stop for anybody. And like, I really can, you know, I can really relate to what happened to Chuki. Because it's like somehow, you know, that at a different point you would have done better, but you can't go back and change it. And it's just really, I mean, it's really sad to watch because, you know, Chuki, who knows how many chances he has. He's a guy who, I mean, unlike a lot of other people, lives chess. Like, chess is literally his life, all, you know, as a whole. So like, I feel terrible that he lost that game because, I mean, he should have won that game. But, you know, time doesn't stop for any of us, unfortunately. Whether it's him, whether it's me, whether it's anybody, time doesn't stop. And yeah, it's tough to watch. It's really tough to watch. And it's also why I think, you know, like, just to use myself as an example, I'm glad that I have other things going on, because like, it's very hard for me to imagine how you deal with those things if you have nothing else except chess. As you get older and you make more of these mistakes, because it's just a complete mind f, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's just very rough, very rough.
Do you think the kind of performances we see, for instance, Ivanchuk and Michael Adams comes to mind for me? So Gelfand had quite a good tournament here in New York. Some of these older players who still play so much, they're so fond, they still love the game, but they're not able to play to their old level. Does this say something about Korchnoi, who famously played? I remember he was in Norway. He beat Magnus when he was more than 70 years old. He also beat Fabi when Fabi was above 2,700.
I mean, I think, wasn't Korchnoi like 80 when he beat Fabiano? I mean, it's something like ridiculous. Like, that's all that needs to be said. But I mean, I think the thing is that you know, for Korchnoi, he was, as someone in chat put it, he was a unicorn. I mean, he's the most unique player in history. To be playing at the level he was playing at, I mean, I don't know how he did it. I mean, I don't think anyone else. I think the main thing, though, is that, you know, as the classic saying goes, like, form is temporary, but class is permanent. And these guys like Gelfand or Ivanchuk, I mean, they're great players. The main thing that you lose as you get older is not the ability to play well. It's that you can't make the decisions as quickly. So, you know, like a good thing, like something I'd be curious about, it'll never happen, of course, is like if you saw like Gary come back and play classical chess, like whether he would be able to maintain 2,700, because I think the biggest issue is that your intuition, your feel for the game, the quick decisions, you lose that as you get older. It just, your brain, for whatever reason, it doesn't work the way it did when you were younger. I mean, we saw it with Ivanchuk in the game against Danya. We've seen it with Gary in every event he plays in St. Louis. I think even Vichy is a good example too. He doesn't play that often, but if he gets low on time in critical situations, he also just makes random blunders sort of out of thin air. And so, I mean, it's, you know, you might lose the games, but these guys still show that their abilities and the quality, their understanding of the game is so incredibly good, and they'll never lose that. It's just that when you play quicker chess, I mean, you just like, the brain just doesn't work what to do.
Yeah, I mean, the Ivanchuk footage was really hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
think you know, I think also like just to, I mean, of course, I'm not at that age, obviously, but I would say, you know, from my experience, like especially playing the Blitz yesterday, where every game when I got down to like sub 10 seconds, I just made some kind of horrendous blunder. You know, is that I think as you get older, like classical chess is actually the easier to play in a funny in an ironic sort of sense, because when you have 20 minutes to think, your brain, you can still work out the correct decisions. Whereas when you have seconds on the clock, you can't do that somehow.
Mm.
So yeah, I think that you know, when you when you look at these guys, you know, it's tremendous what they do. I tip my cap to them. It's just, you know, it's sad that we can't be as good as we once were. It's really sad to see, but that's life.
That is life indeed. Hikaru, we would love to have you back for the final later.
Yeah,
Thank you
I mean,
so much for
I'll probably
spending this time.
I'll
Hmm?
probably come back as soon, because it's what, 4 games for this. It's 4 games for the semis and 4 for the finals. I would guess I'll be back for maybe the final 2 games if I had to predict. So yeah, it's what it is. I've enjoyed it. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. And yeah, I'll see you guys a little bit later. Okay.
Thank you. Have fun and see you later.
See you guys. Bye.
And on our end, Hammer, we're gonna take our first quick break of the day. This was really exciting. We're already through to the semi-finals. Magnus against Duda and Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi is what awaits you on the other side of this break. We will see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is the semi-finals of the Blitz World Championship. And Jon Ludwig, we just saw a very, very close match between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann.
And I've been looking at some of the footage from the end of that match. It was Magnus was happier than I've seen him in quite some time. Both players put a lot of stress into that, and frankly, it was visible on the moves. Neither player really brought their best game. And in the end, it was Magnus who managed to navigate the nerves the best.
Yeah, he did, turning around a difficult last game where he was under pressure, both on the board and especially so on the clock, to first equalize and then turn it around and win it. He now faces Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is already at the board there, and we actually have liftoff.
The London opening here, starting out for Magnus. This was the opening to bring him that equalizing win in game 3 against Hans. Magnus gonna play faster this game, I suspect, because the pace of his play in the previous one was just not okay.
It was too much. I wonder though, I mean, we talked about this topic so much with Hikaru, how difficult it is to adjust and just say, well, I'm just gonna play faster. But so far, so good. This is his first little thing of the game here. After E6, how is he gonna continue his development?
Well, I've been wondering if moving the bishop to b5 has anything for it. Magnus decides to just develop his knight normally, and Duda, he goes for these solid variations with the bishops opposing each other. Magnus really would like Duda to make the trade, because that would open up for his rook along the edge of the board towards the black king. And really what Duda needs to do here is avoid that trade from happening. This position was also seen, I believe, in the World Championship match between Gukesh and Ding. But we did not see this line there. In fact, this is the old main line, and pawn to b6 here is considered to be a mistake. And yet Duda is going straight into this. Very, very strange play from the Polish player.
Do you think he mixed something up in the opening here? Do you think
He must have, because now he's way down on time and his position is kind of bad. Magnus is threatening to continue his pawn's journey forward in the center of the board. So Duda doesn't really have a choice but to make the trade. But then the knight comes in, attacking against the black pieces. And as the bishop gets in here, it's threatening the rook in the corner. Even worse, if the rook moves, now you can trade in the center. The bishop cannot recapture because of the pressure against the rook. And there is pressure through the d file on the bishop. And if you take through the center, you open up this attack. Like, this is just absolutely terrible for Duda. This is a shockingly bad opening. And now he opened up along the edge, the only thing we said he should not be doing. And he's also down a minute and a half on the clock. Absolutely terrible play from Duda.
This could not possibly have gone any worse. Is he gonna lose a pawn as well?
Well, he now just sacrificed
Or
a
gives
pawn.
up a pawn.
Yeah. And frankly, according to the engine, Magnus could have just gone for the kill here, trying to bring the queen in ASAP. But fortunately for Duda, Magnus chose to only capture a pawn. And well, that's still down a pawn against Magnus Carlsen. It's not the greatest start to your semifinal, but at least Duda is still kicking for the time being.
Sorry, Hammer, I'm laughing because in the chat, Griff is saying Hammer is so diplomatic in his analysis. Diplomatic is not one word I would use to describe your analysis. So I just wanted to highlight it because it might be the very first and the very last time we hear this.
You know, everyone is entitled to their opinion, including those who find me diplomatic, sarcastic or not.
We've seen a trade here. Magnus, is he gonna keep grabbing those pawns? Do you take on
Nah.
a7 as well, or do you castle?
I think you just castle.
That's what he does.
You're already up a pawn. You might as well not risk it trying to grab another with your king still stuck in the center. If Magnus had taken this pawn, then it's not clear he would have ever been allowed to castle with the white, with the black or bishop pointing in towards the king. So I definitely feel like castling felt like the prudent choice under the circumstances. He still has an extra pawn and he has an extra minute on the clock.
What's there not to like? How do we continue? Do we get the queen out? Maybe I was looking at.
I'm thinking this e3 square is very nice for the queen. And well, in order to get there, we have to go via where Magnus is moving now. Because, well, if we move the queen one square up, we leave our knight undefended. So our queen will make its way to this e3 square. Ooh, very interesting. Duda can now sacrifice a pawn to prevent the queen from getting to its favored square. That's a great move. Fantastic move from Duda. Giving up a pawn, but creating some havoc in the coordination of White's pawns and preventing the very easy plan that Magnus was setting up. Magnus probably now should move his knight into the center of the board. Ooh, but then there could be some attacks with the rook going from side to side along the edge of the board.
I was just thinking that. I mean, it's unbelievable. Did he just give up?
He just gives up a pawn. Magnus, I mean.
And Duda takes it, of course.
Why not?
Yeah. And can he just go back to
A5? Yeah, just go back.
I mean,
Duda is back in the game, but he only has 17 seconds.
Time is an issue. I'm curious what he's going to do with the rook from a2. Now the fifth rank is kind of cut off by his own queen. So do we stay on a2? Yeah, he uses the a file instead. You're not impressed?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe move the bishop up in the middle. Magnus takes the opportunity to push forward. And now Magnus is going to get the opportunity to kick the queen out. Also, Magnus has successfully blocked the bishop's influence towards the white king by putting a pawn in between. Maybe rook over here and start targeting on the left side.
Time is also a huge factor
Wow.
still for Duda.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a miss.
Changed his mind.
So Duda can win back a pawn by trading the bishop for the knight. Then the knight will no longer be protecting the pawn in the center. But the problem is, if those trades happen, Duda will have his king kind of stuck in the corner while Magnus's king is actually contributing in the endgame.
And he does
So
decide
pawn
to go
takes.
for it now. I mean,
Ooh, but he doesn't take the pawn in the
oh.
center. Great move from Duda. He says, I'll rather attack your king. Thank you very much.
And now a big decision from Magnus. Where do you go? Computer doesn't like this jack, but I'd be worried as white. I mean, if the rook swing is around via a8 and a1, suddenly we're in some serious danger.
Duda is keeping his queen in the center, preventing Magnus from getting his pieces coordinated. Magnus has that extra pawn in the center, and Duda's down to 3 seconds. You cannot play
Magnus
perfect
is just
chess.
he's just gonna win this, isn't he? As
3
long as he
seconds
can
is...
keep a little edge on the clock. Oh, surely they're not gonna repeat.
No, Magnus was taking over the control of the open file. Now trying to kick the rook away, and then he'll push forward with the pawn in the middle. Magnus now looking to trade the queens. He's going to trade the queens. He has the attack. He has the extra pawn, and he's going to go after the black pawn. Ooh, very nice move from Magnus, avoiding that the pawns get doubled. Magnus now can take one pawn and then go after the other. Magnus up by 2 pawns in this endgame. Should be pretty straightforward. Just push the pawn up. Okay. Well, this is fine as well. He'll move the king up here, sheltered from checks. And then he'll start pushing the pawn.
Just a matter of technique here. Magnus slowly and cleanly converting his 2 extra pawns with the B pawn, running up the board.
Okay, he didn't need to do this, but that's fine. He wants to prevent the black king from moving forward as long as possible. He's going to move the pawn up, the king forward, and that's going to be it. Magnus takes down game 1.
The other game is still going, but Wesley So, look at him go. Extra knight.
And
Again?
a passed pawn.
Wow.
3 steps away from becoming a new queen. This pawn is kind of important. Without it, there could be trickery. Okay, Jan manages to hold on to his last pawn for the time being.
But for how long?
Well, but anytime this knight tries to activate itself, it's going to allow Jan to start attacking the black king. Now he's seeking checks from the other side as well. Ooh,
So what do you do? Queen f3, but knight c5, yeah, and just...
Oh, the knight is doing such a good job of staying close to the king. And they're going for the queen trade. Nicely done by Wesley.
Very, very impressive technique here by Wesley. I think Jan cannot afford to trade queens, but what does he do? The g-pawn falls.
Oh, it's a stalemate trap! Stalemate trap!
Oh
Damn!
my god! Hammer! That was so sneaky!
And
Oh my
Wesley doesn't fall for
goodness.
it. Wesley didn't fall for it.
Wow!
A Rosen special right there. I fell straight for it. But Wesley, he understood that. Oh, but now he loses a pawn in the middle. But he will be able to take white's pawn afterwards.
This knight
and the
is
knight
such a
somehow...
beast, covering all the checks.
It's amazing how that knight is
Yeah.
keeping the king safe.
Now what, queen e3?
King up, maybe. Oh, that's
Oh,
that's a
that
blunder.
is game. Wow, Wesley So wins game 1 with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. 2 big results, 2 decisive results. Hammer, Duda, and Nepo, they're gonna have to strike back. Do you think they have what it takes to do it?
No.
As diplomatic as ever.
Also, like you asked a yes/no question, it
Yes.
didn't really require a lot from me.
I'm
No,
looking
I
at
think
the
so far it's huge. Wesley took down Olivresa. I mean, Wesley is he's there to play, and when he gets a lead, Wesley is so difficult to break down. Wesley's so good in these match formats in particular. And Magnus getting the lead. Like we saw Magnus win the match despite being down after 2 games. I think then having the lead after 1, he's just a big favorite to win it.
I would agree with that assessment. I'm also looking at the women's tournament in the semifinal. There we have matchups between Vaishali and Juvenjun, and between...
We're just going to do a replay, Fiona, of the stalemate trick. So here, when the queen came in, I was already celebrating on Wesley's behalf because I realized that either the queens are going to be traded or the queen cannot keep both the white's pawns protected. Nepomniachtchi chose to move his queen back, protecting one, but leaving the other one clean for the taking. But if the queen had taken here, the king has nowhere to move. In fact, the only white piece that can move is the queen. The queen would then sacrifice itself, allow itself to be captured by the knight, but that would lead to a stalemate on the board.
And if the king tried to move, the problem is that the king can never escape the checks. The queen is just always willing to sacrifice itself, and there is no hiding from the checks. A really, really nice trick by Jan, but Wesley wasn't born yesterday, does not fall for it. For all of you asking about Hikaru, Hikaru was here for all of the quarterfinals, and he said he most likely will be back for the last 2 games of the final.
This is interesting from Charlemagne. Nepo loses after being 29 games undefeated in New York.
Wow.
During both the Rapid and the Blitz.
Very interesting stat. Actually, since we have some time, do you want to quickly go over the game?
Which one? The Wesley one?
Yeah.
Wesley even won with black pieces. I didn't even think about that until now. So it was an Italian game. We've seen Hikaru play this with the white pieces somewhat unsuccessfully. I mean, it's been a huge success in getting good positions, but there's always been some kind of monstrosity happening at later stages. Wesley allows his bishop to be captured, and Jan just takes forever to make the capture. And when the capture never happened, it does happen in the end. But at that point, there was no more bishop pair for Jan, who had given away his light squared bishop in the center. On the other hand, he was pushing the pawns forward on the queen's side. Wesley just advances his pawn straight through the center, and some question mark moves coming in. Both players staying solid. Wesley manages to get his knight to an outpost, a place where the white pawns cannot push the knight away. A really good placement for that knight. And then it just turned out to be this massive maneuvering game. Wesley very, very nicely, very slowly improved the positioning of his pawns. And yeah, it was just a very long maneuvering game that was equal for most of the time. Ooh. But
I
yeah,
think we have liftoff. Sorry, Hammer. That happened rather, but very impressive performance by Wesley, taking Jan down in the long grinding style. Jan Christoph Duda, he'll be eager to strike back immediately with the white pieces. And Magnus going for what? What is this double fianchetto malarkey?
It's a pretty solid way of playing, I think. I've definitely seen Magnus use this a couple of times in recent years. He often ends up putting one of his knights on the edge of the board. He also often puts his pawn one step forward in the middle to prevent the pawn from advancing through the center. This one's a surprise for me, though. Magnus is allowing the pawn to push forward in the middle. The pawn now standing in the way of Black's bishop, which is not optimal. Magnus is, on the other hand, trying to take out one of the white pawns that is supporting that central strategy. And when provoked into capturing White's pawn, Magnus says, no, I don't want to take your pawn. I'd rather attack the knight. And this is going to be an interesting position now where Magnus has the space advantage on the queen side, and Duda has the space advantage in the center. And it's just a very unclear position. I would expect Magnus to play pawn to e5 at this point, trying just to blockade everything. But he chooses to go for the central trades instead.
Yeah, and now a big question for Duda. I guess he doesn't want to be the first one to take on e6, doesn't want to give Magnus the big pawn, semi-open the f-file. He goes for rook e1. And I guess this tension in the center is there to stay for a while, Hammer, with nobody wanting to be the first to take.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And notice the time situation. Duda, for the second game in a row, is way behind on time. And also Magnus, who was struggling so much on the clock in his match against Niemann, suddenly he's all cured and he's making his decisions promptly.
I wonder if it was the fact that it was the first match of the day or that it was against Hans specifically and that the stakes were so high.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of nerves in that matchup. I'm liking Magnus's position. If Magnus wins this, he's up by 2, only needs a draw in the final couple of games. I do also like this move from Duda. I think shutting down the queen side and trying to focus your attention on the opposite flank, I think that's the right decision from the Polish player. And Magnus chooses
now
to close in the center. So this was my instinct initially earlier in the game, but this move is bad when combining it with this rook move. When you're advancing your pawn in the middle, you often want to push your pawn up afterwards. And to do that, you want to have your rook at its original castling placement. But Magnus says, I don't care if I should have had my rook to this side earlier. At least when I pushed that pawn forward, I made my opponent maneuver the bishop around.
But what is Wesley's plan going to be? To prepare for f4 in the long term, or to play h4? Like, what are you going to do on the king side?
I think in general, you just prepare for Magnus's plan. So you know Magnus is going to try to go pawn to f5, and you just gotta be ready for it. But you're right that Duda doesn't really have any clear plan of action himself, which is part of the reason that this feels pretty nice for Carlsen.
By the way, a lot of questions about Wesley, so we can't jump between games and Blitz, unfortunately, but I can let you know that things are still very much in the balance in that game. We'll catch up once this one is done. For now, a lot of maneuvering, but rook f1. Is Duda getting ready to initiate some play himself here?
I don't think he can do anything. He's just going to have to wait for Magnus. And then Magnus can choose to stay put if he chooses, but that's not really his style, is it? So no. Magnus is going to go for the win here. He is going to he's going to go rook here. That's 100% sure. He's going to push this pawn forward. And then Duda needs to be ready as Magnus makes the advance.
Does the bishop stay on b2, or do you ever want to drop it back to c1 maybe?
I'm not happy with this bishop, and frankly, Duda spent so much time moving it around.
He's spending a lot of time here, 30 seconds for the Polish fighter. Bishop f3, and that knight, I guess, is going to jump back, or maybe the other knight will jump to f6. Okay, it goes back.
Yeah, I'm expecting this knight to just move out of the way to give space for the pawn afterwards. And then Duda needs to make a decision how desperately he wants to stop this pawn advance from Magnus. Duda could potentially push his pawn forward to try and discourage this advance. Ooh, Magnus organizes his knights. Look at that. So he had the knights like this, and then he moves one out to the side and the other one back. But the thing here is that the knight on the side is giving protection to the pawn advance that Magnus has been preparing for some time now. And Magnus makes the advance at a moment where Duda is very, very low on time. And Magnus has the initiative here.
Yeah, Magnus a huge favorite, I would say, to take another win. If he does, he has 1 foot in the final. He will just need 1 draw out of the remaining 2 games. I really like what Magnus is doing. You know, he's been playing fast this game. He is just keeping the position, just slowly improving, and it's so difficult for Duda to react here.
Yeah, but I mean, strategically, I feel like Duda's position is quite sound.
So what's the problem? That tactically you're gonna get killed, or?
I don't think there is a problem. I think Duda is fine. Maybe move the knight back, but if Duda can trade off these dark squared bishops, I think he's completely fine. He might even be better, I would say. So Duda was ready for that pawn advance to come in, and he's been making a lot of preparatory moves to be happy with his positioning when it comes in. I'm very surprised he hasn't tried to go for the bishop trade. Okay, the bishop trade comes in. Ooh, but the bishop trade comes in at an unfortunate moment where he has no way to defend his pawn. So while the bishop trade was strategically favorable for him, it just collapsed his position as he couldn't keep the pawn in front of his king safe, and Magnus takes home the win for the 2-0 lead.
This is massive. The white king is not gonna survive this game, and the h-file here is gonna be fatal. There's a few ways to win it. What queen g5 looks like a very human move, but do we not need to be a bit?
Yeah, knight back also suggested by the engine looks very, very good. With the knight coming in against the king. Magnus goes for the queen trade. Which also seems fine. Queen trade not accepted, but then the queen comes in, creating some troubles. And
I would just take that.
I mean, I would too. And Magnus would 3.
We see a Rache-Schach. Actually, Rache-Schach, do you have an equivalent in Norwegian?
Like the ink thing?
No, I think it's an expression which, as far as I know, only exists in German. It means it's even hard to translate, but basically a vengeance check. It's just like one final check. Are there any Germans in the chat who can? I've never heard the expression in another language than German. Anyway, this game has ended in a draw between Wesley. A spy check. Ah, maybe a spy check is actually that is an expression, right?
I have heard of that, yes.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with whatever you said.
It was German. You're supposed to speak German. You are almost German.
Supposed to, but you know, we shushed them away at some point.
Before we review the game between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, let's quickly see. Oh, actually, we have games still going in the women's. We still have Vaishali playing against Juven June. But Juven June about to take the lead here with the extra exchange and the extra pawn. I don't think you can keep things together here as black, can you?
No. I would put the rook here on e5 just to control as many squares as possible the knight can move to. But just go for the pawn trade and then you'll have a clear path to get a new queen.
with that, Zhu Wenjun is going to take a 1.5-half lead against Vaishali, and in the other semifinal, Katerina Lagno is also leading 1.5-half against Lei Tingzhe. Yeah, I mean, we can watch this till the end. Shouldn't go on for too much longer, I don't think. And then we will go to check in with Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, the king has been kicked back to the back rank, and that pawn is gonna make a run for it.
Yeah, checkmate incoming, game over. Yuven Yun wins this one, and we are going to get a new champion in the women's section because last year's winner has been knocked out in the quarterfinal. That was Valentina Gunina, who lost 2.5 to a half against Yuven Yun, who then seems to be one of the favorites. Also, the two-time previous champion, Asobayeva, has also been knocked out by Lei Tingzhi. So we could get an all Chinese final here, which seems to be the name of the game in the women's these days.
We could, but Lei Tingzhe currently lagging behind against Lagno, so we'll have to see if she can bounce back. We'll keep an eye on that. For now, shall we check the game between Alireza, not Alireza, between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, let's play through it fast and not to get interrupted by the start of the next game like earlier. Wesley with the white pieces already having the lead in the match. That is his specialty, keep things safe. Ooh, very interesting moment. Wesley apparently could have sacrificed a rook, trying to eliminate both the black knights around the king, allowing then for the queen to get in. That would have been super spicy. And spicy was not the name of the game for Wesley here. He just wanted to keep things safe and retain his lead. And he even got a double exclam there, opening up between the queens and thereby securing himself a trade between the knights. It's not that often you get a double exclam for a trading trick.
I was actually shocked that Hikaru said that was the #1 thing which annoys him the most.
Yeah, well, not really for him, is it?
No, it's not
entertainment for the rest of us. Yeah, no, it wasn't super eventful. Wesley got the draw, he retains the lead, and now for the final white game Jan Nepomniachtchi has in this match.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very exciting. I'm almost tempted to watch this game instead, but I don't know. We have the camera set up. I don't know if you would run riot, if the chat would run riot.
I mean, you're the boss, Fiona. I go where you tell me to go.
How does chat feel? Also, I don't know if we can get the other camera. So I'll also look to our team for some input. Chat is always ready. I see Patrick is saying we're ready to riot, but I guess chat is always ready to riot. Okay, you know what? Let's watch Wesley. There were a few votes for that. We see Jan on the camera. Let's do it. Magnus only needs a draw. Magnus is not gonna lose 2 games in a row. I just don't believe it. So here is, in our opinion, where the action is. Jan Nepomniachtchi, his last white game out of the first 4, and he goes for the English.
And Wesley solidly puts his pawns in the center of the board, goes for the tar rush opening, all the pawns up against one another in the center, going for some early pawn trades here. Wesley has an old school traditional tar rush, and he plays the Dubov variation, something that Nepomniachtchi obviously is going to be very familiar with. I'm not super familiar. So white has an extra pawn and the bishop pair, but black has some very early active pieces. Ooh, the knight comes in with a check on the king. I vaguely recall having seen this before. Jan seems well prepared. He's definitely going for this on purpose. And he's ready to maintain an extra pawn if Wesley allows it.
So if knight before, you would have gone to b1, yeah? And
Yeah,
now, okay, Jan takes on c6.
I think he needed to take this so that the black rook could not point in towards the white king. So you're making that trade essentially to make sure that there's a black pawn protecting the white king by standing in the way of the path of the rooks.
Yeah, so probably no choice but to take it. Now he plays f3. Do you follow up with e4 here?
Well, you cannot play pawn to e4 because then the knight sacrifices itself
that
with the
was
bishop.
an easy tactic.
It was so easy, even I could see it. Nepo instead moves the king out of the way, but then the king is standing in the path of his own bishop. Now he's ready to go with the pawn forward, though. So Wesley needs to do something fast here. Otherwise, he's just going to be down a pawn for insufficient reasons. Ooh, he manages to force Nepomniachtchi to move his king in front of his pawn. Then Wesley returns to start attacking against the queen side. But Nepomniachtchi...
Look at Jan's time. He hasn't spent any time. I think this was really great opening choice by him.
I don't know. It might still just peter out to an early draw, I think. He's up 1 minute on the clock, but his king is exposed. The threat of the pawn pushing forward to knock the knight out of the center. And if the knight captures the pawn, there's a big issue with the rook and bishop both pointing against the same white pawn, completely taking away the white king's shelter. I want to remind you that if Wesley wins this game, this match is over as well.
This match would be over. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. So a lot at stake here for Jan. I never figured out in the regulations if all 4 games will be played. I assume they will not if the
They're
match
not.
ends. They're not. Okay.
We had a couple of games matches end after 3 in the quarterfinals.
Do you think? No, but I think what's gonna happen, Magnus is gonna make a draw in this round, although I haven't seen his game yet at all. And I think this one is gonna end peacefully as well.
I mean, you might be right, but I feel like Wesley has some easy moves now. And suddenly Wesley is the one who's ahead on time. And Wesley now is winning back the pawn that he gave away in the opening. On the other hand, Nepomniachtchi has been able to take out the bishop that was creating the threats in against the white king.
I mean, anything could still happen there. There goes the c4 pawn. Material is now even. How do we feel about the bishop versus the knight here?
I think it's fine for Wesley. Now Wesley is threatening the check to win the pawn in the middle of the board. This is a very important pawn for Wesley because that pawn needs to push forward in the future to restrict the movement of the black knight. Good move by
spending a lot of time.
Now Nepo is saved by the fact that if rook takes pawn, pointing both rooks in against the white king, then there's a back rank checkmate on the board.
Trust me, Hammer, if this was me playing as black, a move like h5 would have happened a few moves back. I'd be like, no, I'm not getting back rank granted here. H5, and yeah, I'm suddenly with you, Hammer. Is Wesley taking over the initiative here?
For the moment, so good job from Nepomniachtchi keeping the pawn safe on the far side. As long as this pawn is alive, Wesley cannot go for the one flank defense setup. The rook comes in, attacks in against the white pawn. There's a trade between the rooks. Wesley now jumping around with his knight.
I
The
mean,
bishop
there's no
should
way
probably...
he loses this, is there?
No. Well, I mean, there's no way Nepo loses. And then Wesley is very happy if the game ends in a draw. That's my take right now.
I am hearing by the Magnus Carlsen is completely winning, so my prediction is gonna be wrong. Let's
just jump into that just to check it out. Magnus is down. No, he's up a rook for a bishop. He's up a rook for a bishop, and the black king is in trouble.
It's just
Yeah,
be
that's not gonna work
killer.
out for Duda.
Let's go back to the other game since we have the cam on that. Magnus gets a brilliant move there. He is gonna be the first player, I think, to qualify for the finals. Meanwhile, here they are still going at it. Wesley is gonna bring the king to the center of the board. And where does the white rook? Okay, white rook will stay along the 7th.
The white pawns are making their way up to try and kick the knight out of its very nice defensive position. But now Wesley is running with his pawn, trying to get a new queen. Honestly, this became a bit spicy. The pawn is going to rush forward here, but then this guy can... And you cannot get... you can get a new queen here. No way to stop the queen, but there is a checkmate on the board. So Nepomniachtchi setting up the checkmate here. And that's forcing Wesley to move the knight away. But when the knight moves, bishop can capture pawn, which also points in against... Ooh, but the knight stands in the way of the bishop. And now pawn takes pawn. The pawn cannot take back because the pawn needs to defend the knight in the center. So Nepomniachtchi successfully stopped the black pawn in its tracks, trying to become a new queen. But in doing so, he did allow... Oh my gosh! A blunder! There's a trick! If the king moves to the side to keep the pawn protected, the rook can sacrifice itself for the bishop to attack both the king and the rook thereafter. That's why Wesley needs to move in the other direction, but he sacks the rook anyway. That's beautiful. And Jan Nepomniachtchi equalizes the match. If the rook was captured, the pawn would continue, and the only way to stop the pawn is to move the king next to it. But then the bishop would come in for the attack against the king and rook thereafter. One mistake from Wesley, that's all it took. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he equalizes the match.
And Wesley is going to be kicking himself here. Let's just go back to that moment where he played knight e6.
Yeah, it's on the camera right now. We can see their reactions. Jan saw them immediately. And he leans back and is very, very happy with himself.
Yeah. Certainly very happy, bopping along, and we just saw resignation there. Wow, knight e6. As you said, Hammer, one mistake is all it takes. That's all it took.
So the question now is, how many games are these guys going to need to find a winner? Given that the
still have one. Well, we're not even there yet. Right? Well,
but the thing is,
okay, but then you can say that from the start.
With one game remaining.
Oh.
No, with one game remaining.
Okay, you're right.
The tiebreak format being what it is. Yeah, now it's just about who is the first one to win a game.
You are correct. Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, we can recap Magnus's game, but that looked like a demolition job from the moment where we tuned in.
3-0 in the semifinal after being so shaky in the quarterfinal. That's quite impressive. Magnus sacrificed a pawn in the opening, but he got easy development for his pieces already in the opening. Duda goes wrong. Duda just played an awful match against Magnus, landing himself in trouble in the opening repeatedly. The rook came in, pointed down at the queen. The queen got out, but now the knight is making threats. Bishop retreats, but now the white bishop gets in, trying to attack against the queen. The knight keeps that square the white bishop wanted to use under control. The rook comes in. Very interesting here, Fiona. Rook takes knight, apparently, was a winning move. Because if queen takes, rook comes in, and the queen is actually trapped here in the middle of the board.
That is a sick tactic.
Crazy line suggested by the chess engines. But instead, Magnus just got his pieces into the game, sought out trades because he thought that with the remaining moves, basically, if the trade comes here, it's going to be much easier for him to get the rook involved, pointing against the black king. And then Magnus is still down a pawn. Oh, but the queen is just in so much trouble. If the queen moves back here, she can keep getting chased.
And the king
He
about
moved
to
it-
get in some big trouble as well, I guess.
Yeah, he moved it all the way back, but then the bishop just came in, and as if the problems weren't big enough already, Magnus gets a rook for a bishop in addition to the rest. And then he sacks his rook, gets a double exclam, follows it up with another double exclam. Wow, what a way to decide this. And in the end, Magnus does not take the rook, but rather moves the bishop, opens up the attack from the queen on the king while the bishop is attacking the queen.
And just like that, after really getting some scares in his match against Hans, Magnus Carlsen, the first player through to the final. The big question is, who will he face? Will it be Wesley So or will it be Jan Nepomniachtchi? They are about to play game 4 of their semifinal. And if you missed it earlier, Hammer was just talking about it. If this game ends in a draw and the match is tied 2-2, they are going to draw colors anew and just keep playing one game shootout until somebody wins a game, basically.
We're just going to go until someone wins a game. But when Wesley is involved, winning games is not easy for either party.
Did you bring enough snacks for the stream with no end?
I'm hoping we're gonna resolve this within 10 games, but I don't take anything for granted.
I have a feeling this game is gonna be decisive.
Wow, that's a big prediction.
I think
I'm gonna
with
say you're wrong then.
The pressure, the fact that it splits, in a way, what Hikaru talked about, that when they get down to seconds, I've had experienced this. I don't play much any longer, but I experienced this for the first time this year, except for me, it was, story time is over. But when I was down to 30 seconds, basically, and just playing on increments, my brain would just shut down. And it is sad, but in a way, it's almost reassuring that, I'm not the only one dealing with this. Anyway, Wesley So against Jan, this is the final game. What do we make of the opening stages here?
Very interesting. Queen C2 Nimso. That may not tell everyone a lot, but what I can say is that the way Jan Nepomniachtchi played against this is unusual. And I think Jan has shown some level of ambition by playing one of the minor lines, one of the more unusual ways with the black pieces.
This is a topic that you're quite familiar with, Hammer. If I'm not wrong?
I play quite a bit of Nimso, but I gotta say the one thing I never learned is this pawn to c5 against queen c2. This is the one big hole I have in my Nimso understanding and knowledge, and it's being exposed for everyone right now. Wow, Nepomniachtchi chooses to push his pawn 2 steps forward in the center of the board. I thought in this kind of thing, you often did a fianchetto to get the bishop pointing down through the center. Instead, Jan chooses to push forward despite having a rook pointing down against the queen. And Wesley says, okay, if you're going to give me the opportunity to capture a pawn in the middle, I'm going to take that opportunity. And Jan says, no, I'm not going to give you a free pawn in the middle. I'm going to take out your knight, which gives a check on the king, which means you have to deal with this before continuing your pawn's journey, after which Jan then makes sure to capture the pawn in the middle. That being said, now Jan Nepomniachtchi has an isolated pawn, a pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns in the center of the board. He has the rook pointing straight at it, and this could be a major weakness in the long run, unless he figures out something clever here. Ooh, and he sacrifices the pawn. He doesn't sacrifice the pawn. If the pawn is captured, the knight moves back. The knight attacks the rook, and the rook attacks the queen.
But that's not the end of the line. This is crazy stuff. I don't know if we will see it. There was still a saving grace there with rook b5, but that's neither here nor there. Instead, Wesley goes with h3, and I guess you never want to take on f3, or is there? Oh,
gosh, he sacrifices a pawn in the center. Oh, that's very clever. And now he's going to take the knight. Now he's going to take the knight, because now when the bishop comes in, the knight is going to take down the bishop, which is going to lure the queen over here, which then allows the queen to capture on the... Wow, this is some very advanced play from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he does manage to get out of those trades without having the weak pawn in the center. Now it's Wesley who has a pawn that can be targeted in the middle. And Wesley says, okay, if you're going to target it, I might as well just push it towards becoming a new queen.
I was just going to say, I don't feel so good about my prediction of a decisive game here, but I guess if we're going to...
Oh, they just agreed to a draw. Well, okay, this is going to be a long day.
You know, Hammer, at some point...
Can we have them just start over immediately?
Just immediately, yeah.
I mean, if they're just going to offer each other draws...
Let's... there is only one game going at the moment, and it's the decider. Zhu Wenju is through to the final after beating Vaishali 2.5, 1.5. Let's go to Lagno against Lei Tingzhe. The match is currently tied 1.5 each.
Lagno has not been able to get her rook in the corner into the game, but she's about to.
Sorry, I was... what were you saying?
I'm just saying she's struggling to get her pieces into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Lei Tingzhe, she has one extra pawn now in the central 2 square files of the board. I'm hoping the chief, I can see now on the video feed, the chief arbiter is talking to the guys. They're now doing a drawing of lots of who gets the white pieces in the next. Nepo gets the white pieces. And are they just going to start immediately? Because someone there, if they're just going to offer each other draws in equal positions, this could easily take 10 games to decide.
That's what I was saying earlier, is that somebody in the chat made a comment, oh, they should throw in a couple of Berlin draws for funsies or something like that. And it made me think, if there were 2 players playing who are like friends and trolls, and I mean, you could just make draws, you know, for 5 hours just for a laugh. Is that a flaw in the new regulations?
Well, I mean, you would then be quite tired before the final then.
You make a good argument.
But on the other hand, you would annoy Magnus by making him wait for 5 hours. So maybe it's a good strat.
This game here, I mean, under 1 minute now for Lagno, only 22 seconds for Lei Tingzhe. If there is a winner, she will go on to play Zhu Wenju in the final. Which side would you rather play here?
Black has the better centralized pieces, but also the advantage of number of pawns in the center of the board. Both players down to just 30 seconds on the clock.
Are they gonna play it safe as well? Do you think we'll see a draw offer here too?
No. Oh, she's going for it. Can you go check? Bishop, maybe? Bishop in here. That's winning the bishop. No. Counterattack against the black bishop. Ooh, that's so good. Oh, that's a nice save from Lagno. I'm curious, how was it Leitinge could win that? Okay, apparently knight forward was just winning because the knight gets up through the center of the board. That wasn't super obvious to find, especially because
It's
then
tough.
Lagno would be able to win a bishop.
The
But that's a
game goes
very
on.
nice save. Lagno not looking great with the knight in the corner, but as long as she's not losing something immediately. Oh, but she just did.
Commentator's curse.
The knight captures a pawn.
And
the
it's a
pawn could
big
not be
pawn.
captured back
Yeah.
because of the bishop undefended behind. Both players 10 seconds on the clock. Anything could happen when you get low on time.
I mean, as long as the white king isn't allowed too much in. Do you have to as what? No. I was wondering how to make progress as black. Do you prepare the e5 push eventually?
I mean, I think you just take this pawn, right?
Oh, you just take it.
Why are we not taking with the knight here? Just go here. And then go here. I mean, you could sack the pawn, but why bother? Just keep the pawn safe, then you check the king away. Wait, why are we putting the pawn on a dark square?
I'm shocked.
Okay, so yeah, probably should have played this move before the king got into the middle.
Oh my god. Did
Okay,
she actually mess
only
it up?
saving move, bishop back here. That's never going to be found. And wasn't. But now the king gets close here. Yeah, no, this is over.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's not over, actually. Because you can still push this pawn.
And then?
Yeah, and then that's the thing. The bishop just maneuvers back and forth and the bishop can never get... Oh, gosh. She gave away the pawn. Can white go for the win now? You might as well get the king over here. Oh, and now Leitinge is trying to get the king up. Wait, why are you not just moving your king back? Okay. Oh, now Lagno is going to win a pawn here.
What a crazy game this was. And it's not over yet.
Wait, why are we allowing this check? Now the bishop gets to protect. And you're coming in. Oh my god, Lagno might win this now. Okay, she gets the king forward. Wait, okay, it doesn't matter. But Lagno's going to win this pawn on the side of the board, but it's not going to be enough. It's just going to be... I think we make it back in time. I think we can take it. I think we can take it. Yeah.
Yes, 10 seconds to figure it out, but yeah.
I don't think she's going to take it. Oh, she is. Good calculating. Hikaru was panicked about that the other day. He barely managed to figure it out in time. I think he even chose not to make such a trade at one moment and then changed his mind.
It's so scary when you have seconds and suddenly you're like, what if I miscounted by one? And then at the last minute, you keep the bishop. This thriller of a game ends in a draw. So the match between Leitinge and Katarina Lagno continues. Hopefully these guys will not stop soon. Well, hopefully that too, but hopefully they will start soon. I think we're basically completely in the dark.
I'm
About the
very
schedule,
surprised they
right?
haven't started this
Yeah.
game yet, because they must be understanding that unless they keep the pace, this could last for a very, very long time. Oh, I am also surprised that some guy has figured out that the best place to stand is in front of the cameras. But that seems like a staple of chess tournaments. It's not a proper chess tournament until someone's standing right in front of the cam.
You know what, I'm curious. Let's say, okay, there will still be, maybe they are not starting. Do they want both games to start at the same time? They are playing very close to one another. I mean, the tables, but hopefully we're not waiting for both. No,
What do
I'm
you mean?
curious. Let's say
Oh, the women is playing in
yeah.
the other venue today?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. They have a lot of free space there today.
Yeah. Also a lot of equipment, a lot of fans. It makes sense, right? But yeah, I'm curious. Let's say the women's semi ends and Wesley and Jan are just playing for a long. Will they just start? Like, do the players have the liberty? I wanted to just say we just want to keep playing immediately without any breaks. Hopefully they do.
I mean, at some point, the organizer is going to have that liberty. Now you sit here until you find a winner.
I like
I'm
how we're
really
already.
amazed. I'm actually super surprised they waited 15 minutes to start the game, because they must realize that this could take another 5 games, right?
Yeah, but the final is scheduled to start in half an hour. So I think right now they're probably not stressing yet. I think once
Well,
two
5
more.
games is gonna, at this pace, 5 games is gonna take 2 hours.
No, I know, but I think after 2 games they will start stressing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they should already stress now.
Well, knowing Wesley and Jan the way we do, and how they just made a draw in what was still a very interesting position,
Yeah.
I think maybe speeding up would be a good idea. Hammer concerned about his bedtime? Don't you worry, Kev. My bedtime has been completely shattered the last week.
Yeah, mine too. I think the problem is, okay, we finished a bit late, but not overly late. But I think both Hammer and I, when we finish streaming here, we've talked about this before, we just have so much adrenaline and sitting in front of the lights for a few hours. It's very hard to calm down and to be like, okay, I'm ready for sleep. But it's been a fun ride. Of course, would have been more fun if we saw Hikaru play today, if we could have gotten a medal. But all in all, World Rapid and Blitz is always a great event. The players are at the board. Hammer, I guess, will start soon. You saw Jan win the coin toss earlier, right?
Yeah, Jan has the white pieces, and now we're just gonna play until we have a winner, with them switching colors between games. Okay, we have an Italian game here from the get-go. Jan
We've
using that
barely
same.
seen any Rui Lopez's in this tournament. I mean, the Italian has been all the rage.
And once again, Jan is doing that strategy of moving the knight out early, which Hikaru has also employed. And Jan getting ready to capture that black bishop with his knight. The last time they played this opening, Wesley ended up winning.
Yeah.
With the black pieces. And yet Jan feels confident in continuing in the same vein.
So did they get to this? Do you remember?
No, I think this bishop is a new move.
Mhm.
And that can also explain why Wesley took some time thinking about things right now. Wesley pushes his pawn. He's now supporting an advance in the center. The advance in the center was something Wesley utilized in that previous game he won, although he probably doesn't want to advance forward when white still has the option of moving the pawn forward and putting pressure into the middle. And instead, Wesley takes the opportunity to trade off the bishops. And now, actually, do they now have the same position they did in the previous game? Wesley chose to push forward through the center in a similar instance. Now he's choosing to first get his rook into the middle.
And what is Jan going to do? Starts with bishop e3, attacking the pawn on the side of the board. Actually, not an easy pawn to defend, Hammer.
No, not at all. And Wesley chooses to push forward, but this does start a big conflict with the pawns up against one another. It feels to me, oh, we need to protect this pawn in the middle. So Wesley's threatening to trade pawns, and then he's clear to capture in the center. If not for that, I feel like Jan could do something here with his queen.
Yeah,
very interesting, very interesting. Wesley now has some ideas of trying to attack with the rook coming in, the queen, the knight. Everything is pointed at the white king. Very interesting attacking strats here from Wesley.
He goes for it.
Well, he chooses to trade in the center first, which for some reason the engines didn't like. If he had gone with the knight to the side first, then he could sacrifice a pawn in the middle.
Okay, I think we can forgive him for not playing.
Yeah, no, this made no sense. That's absolutely wild. Some kind of
Bublek in the
sacrifice?
chat is saying it stinks like a draw. Do you agree?
No. Wesley's attacking. This is not drawish at all, in my opinion.
Knight f4 will be played, surely?
Yeah, get the rook into the attack. It's too tempting not to be played.
I know. I'm shocked he's spending so much time.
If the queen moves up, we can go back and then do a fork. No. If the queen moves up, the engine actually had knight takes pawn. Because then if queen takes, the rook catches the king and queen on the same file.
I have to give a shout out to Zaft, who is saying instead of being decided by drawing of lots, this will be decided by lots of draws. Very good. I tip my hat to you, Zaft. That was very clever.
Wow. Nepomniachtchi, in order to defend his pawn against the threat, he had to, it was the only decent move, pushing that pawn 2 steps forward, opening up around his own king, but at the same time also chasing the black knight back. Now when the knight retreat, wait, what?
What is this? What's going on?
The knight cannot. Then the queen comes in for the checkmate, supported by the knight. But on the other hand, the knight cannot move. So that knight can be captured on the next go. Push forward. Apparently double question mark. There's the threat to the pawn in the center. There's the threat to the knight. There's tension through the middle. Jan Nepomniachtchi could be going to the final of the World Blitz Championship right here, right now. And also the prices at stake right now are huge.
I have to admit, I saw the prices, but I did not commit
There's
them to memory.
a $90,000 first prize. Okay. And I think the second prize was like a guaranteed 60,000 or something.
Wow, and then it falls off after that.
It falls off really quickly. So getting to the final is huge for prize money if you care about
right now. It's
things.
Not looking good for Wesley. He was down to 20 seconds, Hammer. He just cannot find a move because there isn't a good one.
Only in chess, 90,000 is huge. I mean, Hikaru was laughing when someone in chat pointed out he won $3,000. And I'm like, hey, dude, If that's nothing, you can pay me more. $3,000, that's fantastic. But yeah, I didn't say that to his face.
Yeah, and
He's
the
got this
game
under
here.
control. The knight is still kind of problematic. The pawn can try and push through the center of the board. And queen up, nice move. Just centralizing that queen. Push forward. Things are looking great for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's already up a pawn. He's ready to continue chasing forward. Maybe even get the rook across here. Could that be important to do now? Yeah, just get the pawn. I support this. Also, there's a pawn in the center. Might as well take it and then take another one. The pawns are falling like flies right now. 3 pawns up for Nepomniachtchi.
Somehow this game turned so quickly in that moment. I mean, later, maybe if we have time, we can go over it once more, because the complications flew way over my head. But now that pawn is only 2 squares away from becoming
queen
the
trade.
queen.
I was trying to get a queen trade, and I didn't realize that. Let's put the queen and king, exploit the fact that they're on the same, and then sack the rook. Sack the rook. Let's go. Clear the path for the pawn. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to the final.
He is going to the final. We are going to not see a repeat of Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So, as Crazy Coffee Man was pointing out in the chat there. It's been pinned for a long time. But the last time Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So had met in a World Championship final was at the Fischer Random, where Wesley beat Magnus 13.5, 2.5. That's not gonna happen today. Instead, Hammer, we will get a remake of a classical World Championship match.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi versus Carlsen, the match that, well, made Carlsen quit. It's maybe not the headline that I should have chosen. But yeah, Jan is famous for playing very, very quickly. Blitz suits him well in that regard. He's never won the World Championship title. This could be his first. But he's got to take down the final boss, the biggest and the baddest of the final bosses.
That is gonna happen 20 minutes from now. I think for Jan it's good to get a bit of a break. Magnus had a very long break. I wouldn't be shocked if he just went back to his hotel to get a bit of rest away from all the fans, from all the people. The women's match is very much still going. The first tiebreaker game was a draw. And next
They
up,
also doing this, let's just agree to a draw in an unclear position. Lugno even had a major advantage here, according to the eval bar.
very hard to understand why she would accept a draw here.
But that means they're going to have to go again. And the question is, I mean, if I'm the organizer, I'm saying, okay, switch colors, start again.
I know.
Like, I would just say you don't get any breaks if you're just going to agree to draws in interesting middle games.
I think
If they
that's
play
what we
down to
need. We need
kings,
Hammer to rule FIDE.
if they played down to kings, I would give them a break. But if they're just going to offer draws and accept, you go again. No breaks for you.
Yeah, I think they're just sitting back down now. Yeah, I guess we're gonna watch. I think we'll watch one more game and then we'll take a break if they draw again. Does that sound fair?
Yeah. Do you think they're going to just agree to a draw out of nowhere again?
Who knows?
Yeah, no, that was kind of a yes, wasn't it?
Who knows? I mean, Lei Tingzhe, I think it was a great draw for her, you know. If she realized that she was worse and she feels that Lagno is a bit nervy, okay, great
Yeah.
draw for her. Yeah, let's see. Lagno maybe felt I'd rather try with the white pieces, but at some point something's got to give. Okay, we have the ladies on camera now. We see that Lagno is waiting. Harry's mother is asking, finals are tomorrow. No, the finals are in 16 minutes. 17. I can't count anymore. Oh my god, 18 minutes from now. That took a long time.
We think.
We think. I
Well,
don't think the problem is if the ladies go on, I don't know, are the men just gonna start or are they gonna
I
wait?
think
It will
they're just gonna
depend.
start. I don't think they're gonna want to wait.
On the other hand, I mean, if you suddenly have a time scramble while the others are starting, no, you think they'll just put them far away from each other?
Yeah, no, not even that. I don't think players get distracted by time
Yeah.
scrambles in other players because you have so much focus on your own game.
I
You
mean,
don't
it would
really.
make sense anyway, right? Wait, let me actually look at the schedule. They
Did
are
Magnus and
scheduled.
Duda actually play each other or did Duda forfeit? They did play Scorpio. But it was a complete massacre. 3-0,
3-0.
just crushing every game. Magnus was.
I don't know actually. I looked at the schedule. I don't know why they scheduled everything to start at the same time because as a result, again, the women are getting no visibility when today there has been so much downtime. Like, why don't you? Like, I felt there were times when there were 8 games going on at the same time and then 15 minutes with nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a rant over. Still have no moves.
Trojan Pony asks, will Hikaru be back for the finals? Hikaru is going to be back when he's back, but his estimation was that he'll be back for the final 2 rounds of the final.
That would mean in maybe 3/4 of an hour?
Yeah,
Something
maybe a
like
bit
that.
more. An hour, maybe.
Yeah, maybe an hour. Where are the people looking? I see Lagno at the board, but everyone in the background is looking at the wall where...
Well, they were both at the board like 2 minutes ago, and then someone came over and said something to Lai Tingzhe, and she left. So, yeah.
I'm trying to understand what's happening, but I'm not understanding it. I think this is terrible for the players as well. Like, let them play. What is going on in the background there? Like, this is such an important... Yeah, I think something is going wrong on site. I don't know what is happening, but I don't think this is normal or good. I see everyone is still looking at a freaking wall, but I don't know what's going on that wall. Do you have any Norwegian breaking news?
No.
No.
Hans is tweeting. Oh, and they're starting.
Okay, so remember, any winner here will move to the final to play Juve and June. And very early doors, black fighting in the center here with d5, but also a5 hammer. What do you make of this?
Neglecting developing the pieces, Lagno could go for an early trade in the center to open up for her rook against the black king. I would take here, I would go pawn to c5. Okay, so pawn to c4. I feel like maybe we should have done that a bit more decisively, but overall, I like Lagno's position here out of the opening. And there's some danger that the king has stayed in the center for too long. Although the normal reaction to moving this knight out is to push the pawn forward, but you don't really want to do that because that would stop your rook from pointing in against the opposing king, which is why I feel like she should have made the trade in the center earlier. Wow, Evalbar actually prefers black here. That's a bit surprising to me.
I mean, if black plays bishop e7 and gets castled.
You make a fair point, and because Lagno moved the knight here, it means she's unable to put additional pressure on this pawn in the center. But she goes for this strat, which I like, attacking one of the black pawns and moving in general her pieces to the right side of the board to start an attack there. Okay, I'm back in the liking white's position camp.
I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a bit less happy now that g6 has been played. It's just now I feel terrified for the black king. I don't know where the black king is ever going to be safe.
Well, the king is going to castle. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, but h4, h5, I already see trouble. Maybe it's not reasonable, but I'd be afraid.
Yeah, maybe. There's also some ideas of trading the pawns in the middle, after which you would have access to this very nice square in the center, where there are now no more black pawns that can control that square. Maybe you can put the bishop there, or maybe the knight in the future. So you kind of combine an attacking intention with your queen and bishop over here, but you always keep in mind that you can go for some positional ideas on the opposite flank. I'm not liking the way Lagno is dealing with this though. She's unwilling to make any sacrifices. So she didn't go with the bishop up here because then she thought, I'm going to lose a pawn. But frankly, then you would at least get the king stuck in the center of the board. You can bring in your rook. It feels very, very dangerous for black to never get the rook in the corner into the game. And well, to be fair to her, she did get the bishop here in the end, and without even losing the pawn. TeamGMHikaru pushing the pawn on the side of the board, I feel like that's a lack of sense of danger there. This is now going to be very, very scary for her with the king stuck in the center. She's going to try and bring the knight in to capture white's pawn, but white may choose to go counterattack the black pawn in return. In fact, after knight here, knight moves into the center. We can see some ideas of the knight sacrificing itself in front of the black king just to give the queen access there. Could be an interesting idea.
Time is ticking down as well. 1:15 for Lei Tingzhe, who, as you said, maybe her survival instincts here weren't very strong. The king stuck in the center, and it's just tough to find a move here. Remember as well that if the king is stuck in the center, it means the rook on h8 isn't playing. So this is really a very, very difficult situation. Where is the queen gonna go?
I guess it's just gonna go back. Lagno had the opportunity to, okay, so she just wants to force the queen back so that she can make the trade in the center. But I think the trade in the center would be a huge mistake. Oh, queen forward is a ridiculous move. Because now the knight is able to come in, attack the queen, and attack the pawn.
This is just gonna be over. This is over, surely.
You would think so. Somehow this queen is not... It's still alive.
How is it alive?
You can try and do this. Oh, no, you cannot do that. The queen's somehow not getting trapped.
Yeah, Lagno is forced to spend a lot of time here because she is looking to trap that queen. It very much feels
Turns
like
out we're keeping this
Oh.
square under control. And if we
But
can
queen
force the queen
A5.
back, then we can
Mhm.
capture that pawn. She's one correct move here, pretty much, away from getting into the World Championship final. Okay, she does just choose to... and even here, I think taking that one, I'd rather sacrifice... Okay, never mind. The king is stuck, but somehow the queen is still alive. And so long as the queen is still there, and now there's a really powerful knight inside white's half, it's putting pressure on some of the white pawns. If TeamGMHikaru can get the queen trade here, she's going to win the game.
I am shocked that Lagno didn't take the bishop on e7 when she had the chance, I have to say. Suddenly things are not so clear any longer.
Yeah, but at least it's going to be very difficult to trade this queen off. The queen has made sure to move away from the black queen, making a trade difficult. But now the white knight is under attack. And now you can sacrifice the rook against the bishop, and then the knight will not be able to save itself. Two white pieces under attack at the same time. It's TeamGMHikaru who's going to make it to the final.
What a blow up by Lagno.
The bishop can get back, keeps the defense. Still not entirely clear, but the queen has some free space now to move around in.
And the rooks are gonna come off on the c file. Ah no, she keeps the rooks. Okay, that makes
I'm
sense.
not sure I like
Rook
that. Oh,
c1.
counterattack, threatening checkmate. It's over. Take, check, check.
And knight d3 or what?
Well, now that you mention it, that seems like a pretty good move. And it's played, and it's over. The rook has played itself off the field. Well, frankly, we can say the same for the queen. And the TeamGMHikaru makes it an all Chinese final.
Incredible. What an insane game. Lagno will really be kicking herself here. But it is an all-Chinese final in the women's event between Lei Tingzhe and Zhu Wenjun. These two, they know each other well. They've played a classical World Championship match as well. In the Open, meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, one match away from retaining his Blitz title. The only man in his way is Jan Nepomniachtchi. It might start in 5 minutes or it might be delayed. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back when the action resumes. Welcome back, everyone. This is the final of this year's World Blitz Championship. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi at the board. And Hammer, if he wants to win the title, he will have to beat none other than Magnus Carlsen in this 4-game match.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, for sure. And my impression is that Magnus has a pretty good grip on Jan. But we'll see. He'll give it his best shot here.
I'm with you. I think Magnus a huge favorite to win this one. Meanwhile, over at the women's section, we have the Chinese clash between Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingzhe. We have a handshake. And
that means we should be getting moves. Why don't I have moves? I'm frantically refreshing. I got nothing, Fiona.
Let me see. I do. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, g6, castles, bishop g7, rook e1, e5. They're playing fast. Bishop takes c6, dc, d3, queen e7, a4, knight f6, a5, castles, bishop e3, rook d8, queen c1, c4, rook a3, c takes d3, c takes, knight h5, bishop g5, bishop f6, takes, and queen c5.
Very amazing how quickly they're playing in such an unorthodox position. The queen and knight working together against the black pawn in the center, but Magnus may try to do a counterattack.
He actually, oh, hammer.
Yeah, but now I know that I can fix it. I'm pretty sure I can fix it. Okay, maybe I cannot fix it. I messed it up again. Just by reflex, I'm doing these things.
Do we go again, or what do you want to do? We just wait for the
I guess
game
we
to
go
update.
again.
Okay, so
Unless there's some kind of a lead chess solution.
I don't know what we should do.
Yeah, let's go again.
Okay.
I need to. Chess players have this thing where they just click around in the around the board, kind of, and it's just not a good idea. Okay, we're getting the moves. Thankfully.
Okay, we're slowly catching up here, which is good because we'll also get the times.
Oh my gosh, where's the queen? Fiona, what happened? Pawn forward, attacks the queen, takes, queen is under attack. Jan captures the rook because he's thinking, well, I'll just take the rooks. Surely he cannot take my queen. And then Magnus says, no, I am going to take your queen. This is a very unusual giving away a queen for two rooks in such a way. But Magnus has some pressure against this d3 pawn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if it wasn't for knight d3, of course, we would love to play rook takes d5, but that runs into the fork here. So can we take with the knight instead on e5?
Jan chooses to just protect the pawn, but then Magnus comes and attacks it. And incredibly, I think, Engine says if Jan just moves back to defend the pawn that's currently under attack, which is the natural thing to do, and which is what he ended up doing, now apparently Magnus is better if he starts pushing pawns on the king side. Instead, Magnus sacrifices another pawn to open up, getting his queen in, threatening all sorts of things.
So dangerous. I guess he will take on b2. Now pawns are even.
Whoever thought that the queen was only worth 9 in the little chess system of counting, they got to issue a formal apology to all of those, myself included, who at some point thought that two rooks are always better than a queen. It's just not. And now Magnus is going to win this pawn. There's no way to defend the pawn.
Yeah, Jan really needs to activate his rooks. I mean, if he could double his rooks on the 7th rank or something, drum up some counterplay, but I'm not seeing how he does that.
Okay, he's going for the counterattack in the center. Magnus takes the pawn. And Jan doesn't take. What would have happened if you took here? Oh gosh, the queen comes in working together with the knight. That's pretty sneaky.
And especially with that rook g3 wants into knight e2.
Ooh, that's also nice.
Yeah.
Threatening the checkmate. So Jan right now he just has to play on without getting that pawn back immediately. But he does keep the coordination of his pieces. Are they just going to make a draw? They're just going to make a draw. Game one of this final. I think
Could
it's going to be a
Magnus not
draw.
play? I think Magnus will
I don't think
play.
it's worth risking it. I think he just makes a draw here.
Let's see. With Queen C1, that would lead to a repetition. If he wants to play on, I mean, computer is advocating for Queen
Wow.
B2, and there it is.
He does.
I mean, that C-pawn looks very dangerous.
I don't know, but the two rooks working. Oh gosh, he just allowed the queen to F7. No, F1.
That is huge.
Oh, but then there's some attacks in here as well. I'm amazed that Nepo played such a risky move.
He is gonna get punished for it.
Well, let's not say that just yet.
But we can say it soon.
The rook is going to sacrifice itself against this knight.
Yeah. I mean, he has no choice, but...
I don't like this. Couldn't we have gone after this pawn?
Yeah, but you're hanging F2, and then I'm threatening Queen G3.
I suppose. Magnus makes a pawn chain. The pawns defending one another. But we're very close to a position that's still a draw. How are you moving this pawn?
And the knight
Nepo
is
just
also
needs
very
to,
close to just being trapped behind enemy lines.
I think Nepo just needs to sacrifice the knight against the pawn.
Can also take on E5. This is over, Hammer.
Yeah, no, he needs to get some pawn trades, but he's not really making it happen. Nepomniachtchi. Magnus can just push the pawn.
And so he does. The C-pawn starts running.
You forgot to sacrifice the knight against the pawn, and now there's no stopping it. Pawn forward, that's game over. Check. Oh, it's not over. Well, check and then takes, and then you have the knight
Double
is
attack. Yeah.
on pre in the end. It's a
Goes a
very
different
strange
route.
decision from
Queen
Magnus.
B2. But okay, that pawn looks...
Doesn't matter. It's gonna be enough. Okay,
And
Magnus takes it
is-
down, sacrificing his two rooks for a queen and showcasing that the queen is quite the powerful piece.
And he's winning with the black pieces as well. It's gonna... I mean, it's only game one, but it's going to take a miracle already for Jan to fight back here. Magnus, by the way, this is his 6th win in a row today.
Wow. Yeah, and that's after he lost to Neiman.
Yeah.
He lost that one game against Hans, and then he's been winning ever since.
Everything. And that's it. Game over. Magnus Carlsen takes the first game. Meanwhile, in the women's event, the first game was a draw. And
Let
the
me just
final
put it on the screen. If I can find it. Here it is. Seems equal throughout. Yeah, it was just quite an equal game without too much drama, as far as I can tell.
But the drama, we got plenty of it in the game between Jan and Magnus. I guess we'll go back and do a replay of the crucial moments, because I'm almost
I
forgetting.
mean, we're probably gonna have a 10-minute break now, or what are we thinking? The organizers have had a lot of dead time between the games so far today.
Yeah, that's why I think we have plenty of time to
The big moment
go
in the
through
game
this.
was here. Jan could have just captured this pawn with his queen it would have resulted in an equal position, same number of pawns for each player. Instead, Jan took the rook, thinking that surely Magnus is not going to take my queen. Surely it's going to be good for me having two rooks against a queen and a check on the king. But it turns out the pressure against the pawn in the center was not that effective. And the black knight being so close to the white king, it became the deciding factor. That knight was part of the winning attack.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, let's move forward a few moves. Because everything was still within
Reason.
reason, and suddenly it wasn't, and it happened so quickly. Was
Here,
was it
Nepo may
allowing the
have
background?
he may have been afraid of this knight to d3 move,
Mm-hmm.
pointing against the f2 pawn, and if the knight is captured, the queen can do a double attack. But frankly, even if that queen was captured, I'm not sure you win an endgame like this. With a rook and knight versus queen and pawn, this is really, really tricky stuff to win.
Yeah.
So it feels like the margin of error was reasonable for Nepo, but moving the knight forward, going all out for the attack, it feels like he just forgot about this idea, which ironically, he had remembered back here, because he chose not to capture the pawn in the center because of the black queen being able to join into the attack. And then somehow, just a couple of moves later, he's making the same mistake.
Yeah, hard to... Oh, Jan is back at the board already, so maybe the break won't be as long as we...
Oh, they
we
started.
thought.
Okay, a Sicilian defense from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus stays true to his somewhat cautious approach here, which has been his the way he's played when he has the lead in these mini matches. I've seen a lot of it in the Champions Chess Tour, which I've done commentary on for Norwegian television. Honestly, the opening this C3 Sicilian, they've been kind of terrible for Magnus. I feel like he's gotten a lot of bad positions as white. But here at least he's gotten all of his pieces into the fold.
Do you think Magnus is just gonna try and keep it solid or just march on?
He's in draw mode. I think that's also, he plays this Alapin C3 Sicilian. He always plays this when he's happy to make a draw.
By the way, somebody in chat just pointed out that Magnus's live blitz ranking, live blitz rating is 2898.4. So maybe one win against Jan, even one more win. Yeah, one more win is gonna get him over 2900. Has anyone ever done that?
I mean, Magnus was like 2980 at some point, no?
Oh yeah, you're right. 2986. Never mind, I can forget about the side plot then. Okay, yeah, Magnus, as you're saying, for now, he's happy to keep it solid. What do we make of the white hanging pawns in the center?
It's interesting that Magnus wants to avoid the trade between the queens. This has to do with what Fiona just said, the hanging pawns. And because these pawns can be a long-term weakness, Black has the open files to point rooks against them. On the other hand, they give White really good control in the center of the board. And in an endgame, they can be weak, but in the middle game, restricting the opponent's pieces, they can be quite strong. And so that's why Magnus didn't want to trade queens. He didn't want to go into an endgame, and instead he's pointing the queen against the black king and moving his knight up to help out this attacking intention.
This is already looking dangerous to my eye. Magnus has your beloved bishop pair as well. I can see in the future rook swinging up over the third rank, maybe to h3. I predict some trouble on the horizon for the Black King.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good plan you came up with there. And in order to make that plan happen, we're going to need to get the bishop off this third rank. And now Nepomniachtchi also attacking the pawn on the side of the board with his queen. It feels like a perfect storm to play the bishop one step forward and then getting ready to move the rook across.
Magnus taking a bit of time here. I'm surprised bishop f2 looks like such a natural multi-function move. So I'm curious what he is even... I mean, I barely see another move to protect the pawn on g5. Surely he'll not play...
Well, moving the queen into the center also protects the pawn because the pawn cannot be captured due to the bishop getting at everything on the diagonal. That being said, Magnus does go with bishop to f4 in the end. He now has the very clear plan of moving the rook up and across. And in order to stop this attack with the queen towards the Black King, Nepo has to move the queen over. Yeah, so Nepo is going for the trade between the queens, but now Magnus is happy to make the queen trade maybe, because now moving the rook over, he's going to have some rooks and some pressure down the edge of the board.
Yeah, rook a3, definitely an option here for white, and that's exactly what he does, you know, Magnus well. And Jan says no, but the computer does not approve of bishop e4.
Avoids the queen trade, but now it's black avoiding it, while it was white earlier. Jan has a problem here. He wants to go knight to protect the pawn and attack in the center, but then the black bishop ends up getting trapped. So instead, the rook is going to have to take that defensive task. The pawn forward attacks the bishop. Bishop has to go back, and the queen is trapped. The queen is trapped. It's going to be 2-0. It's going to be 2-0. The queen is trapped in the middle of the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi did not want to trade the queens. And he should have.
He really should have. I mean, the only way to not lose the queen is to give up the full bishop, but then you might as well resign. We could see resignation here.
It's over. It's going to be 2-0, and Magnus is going to be half a point away from winning this match. He's going to have 2 match balls, and he doesn't even need to win. He just needs to draw.
Match balls.
What
balls do you play with on the chessboard, Jan Ludwig? Okay,
that's a perfectly acceptable analogy. I refuse to let myself get dragged into your gutters.
What happened here? Jan gave up the bishop.
He's
fighting on a piece down.
But his queen still got trapped. The good news is that it didn't get trapped for a bishop. It got trapped for another queen. But the queen trade happening with Magnus still being up a bishop is, yeah.
Magnus about to win a 7th game in a row. This is just unbelievable, Hammer. As you said, he's half a point away now. I don't think there is any coming back from this.
No chance at all. And if pawn takes here, bam, the nice little skewer there. I think Magnus is going to retain his world championship. Is that the 4th time in a row in Blitz?
You were the man with the stats, Hammer.
Yeah, no, I'll look it up. The genes are working. I don't know if it's the genes, because he had genes for the first couple of games against Hans as well. But losing against Hans just ignited a fire within him, and he's been impossible ever since.
I mean, it's nuts to win 7 games in a row. Magnus Carlsen takes a 2-0 lead. Let's go to the women's section where the game between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingzhe is still going. That looks like another peaceful result, or is black in some trouble, actually?
Oh, well, now that you mention it, Fiona, maybe black is in some trouble. Okay, you have to go knight back, but then takes and king takes. You make a decent point. These doubled pawns for black, they're really awkward. I just assumed that there were not enough pawns remaining on the board to really make that much of a difference.
By
Why
the
are we
way,
moving the knight forward?
JDoc has done the research for you, and it will be if he wins 3 times in a row from Magnus and 6 out of the last 7. The only
Wow.
time he didn't win it was when MVL won it in 2021.
The Warsaw one, right? Where Hikaru got
so.
COVID, unfortunately.
Yeah, where everyone got, a
Well,
lot of people got COVID.
well, most of them got it after the tournament was over.
That's true. Is white making any progress?
No, black, however, is because any pawn trade is a good thing right here. Although the knight can, actually, it might still be a bit awkward. What are you doing? She's trading into an. Oh no, it's check.
It was a check.
It was a check. My bad. The knights are very tricky pieces.
Knights are tricky pieces.
Yeah, no, I just saw, oh, I can go knight here and I can attack the king and attack the knight. Force the trade between the knights would be very nice if it could happen.
Unfortunately, chess isn't always that easy, as for now, black keeps the knights on the board, and probably it is just a draw. I don't see. How do you...
Well, now...
I mean, if anything, white has to be careful to not lose one of the pawns.
Maybe. I think she's going to make some gradual progress here. King back, knight. So she's creating a path for the... Ooh, pawn on knight trade. Yeah, okay, they're just going to make a draw. GG's.
So the women's
Wait,
match...
why are we going back here? Oh, okay, she's just going to sack the knight after. And they're playing to kings. This is what I said, Fiona. If you play to kings, I'll give you a break. But if you're just going to offer draws, then start over immediately. That's my message to the players.
I guess they will...
Countdown to New Year's in Norway. I noticed that Luxembourg, it doesn't get a countdown.
Probably just because the name was too long. What are you gonna do? Do you have all your fireworks prepared in the background? Set your flat on fire? Put your party hat on?
If I had a lighter, I would do, I guess, a light. But I don't have that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need some
actually...
time to think about this. Magnus might become the world champion at midnight. We're gonna genuinely see the fireworks in Norway celebrating Magnus becoming the world champion. Honestly, the timing is pretty good.
Point. Yeah. Let me see. I have a box here. Excuse me. I don't even know. I have a box here with some prop hats, but I don't...
In Norway, we often light these things that really like sparkle with the sparks.
Yeah, I've got my party
they
hat.
are not for indoor use.
I'm not a fan of anything noisy, I think. Anyway, so I'm glad. I've got my party hat ready, Hammer.
Well, I don't have anything like that.
Or will we just keep it on? Very small hat. Small?
I'll face reveal my teddy bear. But I think that's about the best I can do based on from where I'm sitting.
That will do. What kind of teddy bear is it?
There are kinds.
Yeah, like I have
It's-
teddy bears as well. I have one horse, one bear, and
I mean,
actually two bears and one horse.
it's a bear, of course.
It's a bear.
It's a teddy bear.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's pull up Magnus's game. I don't know if they will start at the same time, but if any game starts sooner, it will be Magnus. Yeah, Papa Brew, you and Hammer make a good point, but it's still a... Like, the thing is, in Luxembourgish, we have a word for teddy bears that doesn't imply the bear, you know? It doesn't have bear as part of the name. So, anyway. I'm rambling.
Why does a grown man have a teddy bear? Asks someone in chat. Well, I mean, I've had it for a long time. I'm 34 years old now. Do you want to guess how old I was when I got it? Oh my God, the game may have started.
Hammer, what did I say about opening Magnus's game?
I didn't listen to you. I need it in writing.
I'll admit, okay, the game started, good thing. We have an English on the board by Nepomniachtchi.
This was the opening Jan also used when he took down Wesley So.
Oh, Hammer, you have a party hat on after all.
Magnus goes for what I think is a very good way of playing against the English. I've never had the chance to actually play it in one of my games, but Magnus shows the way here. Really solid for black, just keeping that pawn in the center of the board, protected by the knight, the bishop, and the queen.
Hard to take you seriously with your 2025 goggles on.
I'm just gonna sit here quietly just so that I don't mess up the frame.
Okay, let's see. After E5.
Jan is taking his time here.
Yeah.
And frankly, I really like this position for black. I find it difficult to understand what white is gonna do, but I guess Jan would like to provoke Magnus into pushing the pawn forward in the center, because then he will have a long-term advantage with more central pawns than his opponent. Magnus chooses to attack the bishop. Okay, I assume the bishop then will just retreat.
Is there nothing to be said for taking on c6 and damaging the pawn structure?
No. Because if anything, this just allows Magnus to very easily get more pawns to fight for central control.
Mm-hmm.
So the bishop moves back. Okay, rook into the middle. This seems logical, trying to get a fork with a pawn pushing forward.
So you have to move the knight or the bishop. The bishop just moved, so do you move the knight?
If Magnus wins this game or draws this game, it's gonna happen before midnight. I'm not sure how we're gonna make the timing fit perfectly. Magnus
We'll
goes
still
for
have the women's games. We'll still be around. Because they have
trade between the bishops.
2 games going, right? 2 games left. Mm-hmm.
Sure, but I was really on the Magnus wins fireworks thing.
Okay, but in that case, you've got to cheer for Jan. Yeah.
True. Okay, Magnus gets the trade he wants. Pawn pushes forward in the center. Magnus now, does he put the knight on the edge? He does. Magnus is going to want to try and maneuver this knight towards the c5 square. The c5 square is one of those squares where the opponent cannot get control with one of their pawns. So that's a great placement for a knight. Also great placement for the knight. The c4 square. Also a square that cannot be attacked by the white pawns.
So knight e3 taking control.
Yeah, still liking this position for Magnus. Ooh, knight takes back in the center. I like that decision from Jan. If he took back with the pawn, the knight was going to come in here and try and trade with the white knight at some point. He'd rather have a very nicely centralized knight in the middle. Oof, someone's desperate, going for an attack. Jan pushes his rook up. Not a bad idea. I kind of
He
like
has to
it.
go for it anyway, right?
Yeah, but there are levels to going for it. But I like this way of just pointing at the opposing king. Now the
Queen
queen is going to join
A5.
as well.
This game isn't over. Jan is...
If queen moves up, Magnus can actually trade the knight for the rook or bishop. So rook here, it gets a question mark, but frankly, he kind of needed to do that to prevent further trades. Magnus he can go pawn to f5 and try and undermine the protection of the knight in the center. That's very clever.
Wow, he finds it. I was gonna say f5, not an easy move to find to open up your king like that. But Magnus, he's looking to finish this World Blitz with 8 wins in a row, Hammer.
I think he might do it now. That was a fantastic move, and it's undermining the protection of the knight in the center. And without this knight, White's position crumbles. I think Magnus is going to win. What was it you said? 8 in a row?
If he wins this, it's 8, yeah.
Wow, amazing.
It's
And
not
one
over
of the-
yet, but look at Jan's time. 49 seconds now.
Oh, Magnus blunders his rook. What is that awareness? Oh, but he counters.
Do you think he's lucky to have had Queen A2? He didn't see
No,
this
maybe
in
he saw
advance.
that. Maybe he saw that. And now
Okay.
if the rook attacks the queen, queen takes pawn, knight takes... Oh, that stings. Oh, that stings.
Oh.
Oh, I'm not sure he had seen that in advance now that I think
No, I
about
don't
it.
think so.
Oh,
Let's go back to the live
that's
game.
very nice. But wow, bishop takes pawn, keeps the game going. The bishop cannot be captured because of the rook pointing at the king. The queen is protecting the rook. Magnus only has one acceptable move here, which is rook forward. That move is not that difficult, but the problem is, after rook forward, it looks like Magnus is just losing one of his rooks.
But
So
did
Magnus
Magnus just
says,
blunder there?
yeah, he realized that, okay, I'm going to lose my rook anyway. I might as well get a pawn while I'm at it. And for some reason, it was important that he lose the rook in the other way.
Oh my goodness. Hammer, they timed this so badly that with 8 minutes to go,
They got to just start the next game immediately.
just resign. Get the next one on. There's no chance
Imagine if
Magnus saves
Jan wins
this.
the next one
Oh my
and
goodness.
equalizes the match. The psychology is going to be so much in his favor.
Yeah.
And Magnus, who's been looking so strong for the last couple of games, he's going to be a bit nervy. He's going to be a bit shaken by losing this one.
What
He
a
does have
comeback.
the white pieces in the final, though.
That helps. But what a comeback, even in this game where Jan was busted, basically, or very close to busted, to keep fighting and find a way to turn this around. Now, all he needs to do is convert his extra exchange.
Shaydok is making a reasonable point. Magnus now going to be the 2024 world champion in 2025.
Debatable, right?
Norwegian time.
Norwegian time, the only time that counts.
We think so.
Rook b7.
No way to defend this pawn now. Ooh, but if rook takes pawn, then the bishop can start attacking against the... Yeah, no, but rook takes and then queen is threatening rook. Yeah. Ooh, no, but under control. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a pawn and a rook in trade for a bishop. More than enough to win this.
Yeah,
And
he
now he
also
can
suddenly has a
sacrifice.
bit more time on the clock. Okay, still he's gonna have to. No, it's
No,
easy.
he's fine.
It's easy.
He's fine.
And now G pawn drops, and suddenly Jan has a passed H pawn. This should be plenty enough. He's also checkmating Magnus quite soon.
Two rooks working together with a ladder mate. Yeah, I barely know the name of that. It's been a while since it was important for my chess development, but
And
Jan
Magnus
gets one back.
resigns. The score is still 2-1 in Magnus's favor, but it's not over yet. I didn't see this coming, Hammer. I thought this game was gonna end the Blitz Championship. Meanwhile, over in the women's tournament, they are still playing, but it looks like it might be another draw, Hammer.
And it might be another 10 minutes. We're going to celebrate New Year's looking at a knight and rook versus knight. Not really how I imagined myself spending this day.
Oh, no, for a second I thought... I mean, white needs to be careful not to get mated on a3. I like that she's dropping the king back just to make sure. Okay,
Yeah,
Hammer, I'll be back in 30 seconds. I realize I have perfect New Year's Eve glasses.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Should I go get my teddy bear or should
When
I
I'm
wait?
back, I'll hold the fort. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I leave you to analyze this riveting endgame.
Now she's winning the pawn. She's winning both the pawns. And we're going to watch this for another 50 moves. The eval bar was just having the hiccups. Nothing is going on. I'll scream if something's going on. Why is Magnus wearing mom jeans? He got a new sponsorship deal with a jeans company as a result of his shenanigans. This is the G Star Raw, I believe.
I'm back.
Wow, you're proper ready for the new year.
I am proper ready. I just found these. I just remembered these. Haven't worn them in years, but if this isn't a perfect opportunity, I do not know what is. Hammer, 4 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go over in our neck of the woods. It's time to get to Teddy. This is how you party when you spend your New Year's Eve with you guys in chat. I'm so curious to see this. Teddy, the problem is the glasses are so messed up that I can barely see, but let's see. Oh, the reveal is not until midnight.
Of course not.
Okay.
I will say that I actually have a photo of me as a baby with this teddy bear when it actually still had a nose. So I have proof that the nose did once exist.
Did you eat it?
I'm not sure.
This game is gonna delay the action. I don't think
I'm
Magnus...
watching there was a moment here where Juve and Yun could have won the game. Oh my. Wow. Bishop back would have won the game.
Once you see
allowing
that...
the rook to be captured, but then the knight is trapped afterwards.
Yeah, once you see it, it seems easy, but during a game, oof.
It's a lot of stress.
The fireworks are starting here. What about in
Oh,
Oslo?
fireworks are going on for a while already in
Okay.
Norway. We're
I
very
live in a
eager.
small town. I live in a small town. They're just starting now. We should put a countdown, actually. Do
We have a
We
countdown.
have a countdown on stream, but I always time now.
Do you think you can manage to sync it with Jaren's?
I
mean,
want
my countdown is just watching the clock that's accurate.
it's now exactly 1 minute to go, Hammer.
Yeah.
And they are playing. It's really like well, like you said, we're gonna spend New Year's Eve watching Rook and against Rook and Knight.
No better way of doing it.
Hey, 35 seconds.
They're gonna make a draw on the stroke of midnight, maybe. Oh, the fireworks are going off.
20 seconds, Hammer.
Jaren working right now.
And this is it. 10, 9, 8, 7,
6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3.
2, 1. Woo!
Yeah.
Such a cutie. Oh,
Happy
Hammer.
New Year.
Okay, back to the chess.
Yes. Okay, they played
Happy
more
New
than
Year to everyone who's in the Europe time zone like us. If you already celebrated your New Year, Happy New Year as well. What can we wish the people, Hammer?
I mean, I don't know. Safe travels and oh my gosh, she got checkmated. I've never actually seen someone lose this rook and knight end game. But they're way
Oh
above
my
50
God.
moves. They're way above 50 moves. But wow, she actually got herself checkmated.
Oh my goodness. Are they definitely over 50?
I mean, they're at over 75. They're at
Okay.
78.
So their match is still a deadlock at three draws each. Well, kind of makes sense that they would. So what does that mean? With 1 game to go, Jan Nepomniachtchi is in a must-win situation against Magnus Carlsen to take the match to tiebreaks. While in the women's match, all to play for. If somebody wins this last game, it will be over. Reset the timer for 6 hours now. Good point.
You don't need to claim the over 50 move draw. It just happens. No, it doesn't just happen, which is why they played 78 moves. But before getting checkmated, the Yuven Yun asked the arbiter, "Can you help me out here?" And the arbiter said, "Yeah, sorry, I've been sleeping on the job. You've played 78 moves instead of 50." And I'm pretty sure Yuven Yun knew she was above 50 moves. And that's part of the reason why she got checkmated.
You think she just got careless, yeah?
Yeah, it's easy to just not care when you feel like I've played this forever and ever.
What do we expect from this game 4 between Magnus and Jan?
Well, Jan is going to play a Sicilian. Magnus is going to play this scrappy C3 Sicilian that he's been doing lately. And Magnus is going to try and make a draw. Magnus has struggled actually with the white pieces when he wants to make a draw. He's kind of gotten himself in a bad headspace and played too passively. We've noticed that quite a bit during the Champions Chess Tour tournaments. So at some point he decided I'm just gonna play normal chess and just try to win with white, which he normally does really well. But I'm not sure the World Championship final is the place where he's gonna have the confidence to use that strategy. So I'm expecting Magnus to genuinely try to play for a draw. And then yeah, we'll see how that mentality going into the game is going to work out.
Yeah, we'll see as well the nerves of the players. For Jan, in a way, there is nothing to lose. I mean, he just won a game. He'll be feeling good. For Magnus, it feels like, okay, I won 7 in a row. I was a draw away. Surely, I'm not gonna let this slip. Let's see if he can keep a cool head. Where are the players? I'm getting
Well, I mean,
impatient.
they're having a break, right? Because they're going to start at the same time as the girls, and the girls are not starting because
Oh,
they
the
need a
players,
break.
they are actually back, I think, at the board. So they should be starting any moment. Can I be a bit of a Debbie Downer? I really don't like fireworks. I'll be very happy when they are loud, they are bad for our planet. You know? Okay, that's my first rant of 2025 out
Wow.
of the year.
Jan goes for the French, and Magnus doesn't
French.
want to go for the exchange variation. He goes for the very aggressive way that Gukesh played against Ding in the classical World Championship match. This is the same opening that Jan and Magnus played against each other in the Champions Chess Tour final, which was just a week or two ago. In that game, Jan made an early mistake and just got destroyed, losing that final. I think it was 3-0 or something. But he's going back into it now, hoping for better fortunes.
And Jan, the first player here to pause after h4. Do you think this is a move that took him by surprise?
I think that's the move Magnus played the last game, so it couldn't possibly take him by surprise. Jan is now maneuvering his knights towards the light squares on the queen side. Magnus, if the knight comes in here, Magnus can just move the bishop into the middle. Magnus getting really nice development here. Not sure why Jan chose to move away from the Sicilian. I thought that was working out okay for him. Though, to be fair, he did lose that game in the end.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, this is a position with everything still on the board, right? No pawn trades, no piece trades. Maybe he felt that in the Sicilian, it gave Magnus more options to try and get more
I
trades.
take back what you said. You're absolutely right, Fiona. This is a good choice by Jan. He's gotten a very unbalanced position. Could he lose quickly playing such a position? Yes, of course he could. But he's just trying to keep, like you said, a lot of pieces on the board, make Magnus's decisions tricky. Magnus now makes a trade between the pawns at a moment when the knight can jump into the middle afterwards. Magnus's knight on the edge of the board here is targeting a black pawn, which means the black bishop has to remain placed in a defensive position. Okay, here's my argument for why playing the French was a mistake. Because Magnus has struggled in these draw is enough situations. Making Magnus play for the win, kind of forcing him to play for the win, is maybe not the best strat, because that actually kind of mentally is better for him than sitting there trying to make a draw as white.
I take your argument. I think it's a good argument. I think at the end of the day, it's just terribly difficult to find the right strat to play for a win with black against Magnus. But
Against
Jan is
anyone.
giving it a shot. This position is still incredibly double-edged.
Magnus opening up for his rook down towards the black king, but black also has a knight very well placed inside the opponent's half. And Jan has some ideas of sacrificing a pawn on the opposite flank. He has the two bishops, so does Magnus, but Magnus doesn't really have the same placement for the bishops, is my impression. Magnus could try and get his queen inside into the middle and out to the edge towards the black king, but Jan should be able to try and go for the queen trades if that happens. Now, I'm kind of liking this queen move. Maybe the queen just...
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a double-edged
black,
position, and Magnus is thinking for a very, very long time. So the opening has been a success for Jan. And Jan does go with this pawn forward. Oh, and Magnus, now he brings the queen over.
Hey, but the G file is going to open.
Oh, but yeah, but also it's going to be dangerous
Yeah,
with the two
it's
white
very,
rooks.
very, very scary. I mean, how is this 0-0? I don't get it.
Magnus gets his knight into the black half, which is preventing the rooks from pointing down against the king. Jan immediately moves to remove the knight so that his rooks may get into threatening positions. Why can we not just move a rook over here and try and do something? This feels like the natural order of things to me. Surely with only one pawn defending the black king, there's got to be some kind of a perpetual check sacrifice that you can make happen over here.
Magnus goes for your move. He's under a minute now, but if you're Jan, I mean, keeping things together here is gonna be a challenge. Does white have a threat yet? Queen a7 looks okay, takes.
Wow, this is interesting. The only good move for Magnus, well, the only move keeping Magnus at least equal is the bishop forward. This moves into the fork, but you have this idea of the bishop together with the queen, together with the rooks, forcing this attack on the king. But Magnus doesn't find it. Magnus doesn't find it, and now Jan is pointing against the white king. Jan has the advantage on the clock. He has the advantage on the board. With a win here, he will equalize the match and take it into tie breaks.
This is unbelievable. Magnus down to 25 seconds. This is a very tricky defensive job, and bishop f4 was not it.
Well, but he's making a sacrifice of the bishop. Does he dare capture? He does. Magnus has two pieces next to the king. The only way to go forward is just continuing the attack.
If you, I mean,
well, he has to find it. He has no other moves.
He has 1 minute.
Well,
I mean,
he's going to take it.
Yeah,
it's
he
the
has
only.
to.
I mean, it's going to happen. But then after king takes, what do? What's the follow up? Knight to e3. That's an impossible move. Knight to e3. If he plays that, he's equalized the match. If he doesn't play it, then Magnus is the world champion. Impossible move.
93, 35 seconds to
There's going to be a fair play check if he finds it. He finds it. He finds it. Jan Nepomniachtchi equalizes the match. What an incredible move. What a performance.
Unbelievable.
I think he found it just by saying, oh, the other moves don't work.
Unbelievable. I'm in shock, Hammer.
The idea is that if the pawn takes, the queen is controlling now the f1 square, which means the king cannot run away as the rook comes in for the checks. If the queen takes, the bishop opens up an attack against the king while there's also an attack against the queen. And he has equalized.
Unbelievable. This is actually insane. I did not think Jan had it in him to do this. Wow.
We see the video now catching up with what happened when Jan made that move. Magnus looks away. He knows when that move happened that there was no going back.
The fireworks for Magnus in Norway, they are gone at this point. It's easing up here. The
Magnus
players are
Carlsen, the reigning
discussing.
champion,
Yeah,
has squandered a 2-0 lead.
unbelievable. I did not have this on my 2025 bingo card, Hammer. Incredible. This
That game was
match,
just awesome. No?
it was, what a game. I'm just
I'm
gonna see.
sorry for saying you shouldn't play the French. Play the French every time, Jan.
Hammer to cool down. And oh, we have fantastic news for you guys. Hikaru is coming back, so he will be here for the shootout. The first player to win a game now wins this Blitz championship. And Hammer, let's go to the women while we wait for Hikaru, because if somebody wins that game, and there's a lot of red moves I'm seeing, even if now the position is equal again, if there is a winner in this game, she will be crowned the world champion.
Both players down to 10 seconds on the clock. Both players kind of going for the win here. Yun has had the advantage for most of this game. But I don't even know what's happening now. Can we push the pawn through the middle? Is that crazy? Oh, Yun is playing for the win. And Lighting J, she's just moving back and forth. She's just going to sit there. Rook a6, fantastic move. She could have gone for the rook trade. That would have been super clever. She does go for this d5 move I was suggesting. But Engine was not too impressed. The rook is going to move in here.
But black can
but
just wait.
counterattack
Even...
over here. Yeah, you can never move your king over because then your pawn here is in trouble.
Both matches are going to go unless...
Yeah, no,
we'll
it's
see
over.
a repetition here. Both matches are going to extra time. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, maybe, FIDE has gotten rid of Armageddon, at least for this tournament. So they're going to draw colors now. And they will play another game of 3+2. And they will keep playing basically until somebody wins a game. And they will reverse color, of course, with every game.
Jan has drawn white based on this.
That looks accurate to me.
The previous drawing of lots, we actually got to see it on camera.
Yeah, I have to admit, I wasn't paying
against So.
attention. We go to extra time. I'm curious what Hikaru... Oh, speaking of the streamer. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I was literally just saying, I wonder what Hikaru is gonna say about what just happened in this match when he comes back.
Well, I mean, I just literally got back to my room, so I didn't see the end of the fourth game. I mean, I saw that Magnus lost, but
Hammer, let's look at game for one more time, as it was so spectacular.
It was a French defense. The players castled to opposite sides of the board. Magnus opened up for his rooks along the B file, but then Nepo started getting his rook pointed down against Magnus's king as well. Magnus tried to sacrifice his bishop to lure the queen away from the defense around his own king. Nepo said, yes, thank you to that bishop. Magnus is in there with all the attacking pieces, but Nepo finds the only winning move, knight to e3, to tie up the match.
Wow, that's crazy. Actually, that's wild. That's actually insane. It's nuts. Nothing else to say. That's actually, I mean, I think more to me, what I'm surprised by about it is that the number of times I feel like in Rapid or Blitz where I want to say myself, Fabiano, and others have needed a win against Magnus with Black, and we don't even sniff a shot at winning the game, let alone winning is kind of wild. So it's very impressive from Nepo to have won this game on demand here. Very, very impressive.
I mean, Nepo winning 2 games on demand after Magnus had gone on an incredible 7-game win streak. Do you think, from a psychological standpoint, he's the favorite now?
Well, it's not 7, right? It would be 6, right? He won 2 or 3 and then 1, right, to start this match? Or do I have the match wrong?
No, he
Oh.
won 2 against Nepo.
Oh, wait, he was up 2-0?
Yeah.
Oh. I saw it was 2-1 because I was out and I didn't realize I assumed it was like 1-0 and then it was like a couple of draws. Oh.
It was not.
Oh. Oh, that's wow, okay. That's kind of wild actually. Yeah, because I saw it was 2-1. I just figured it's like 1-0 and then they had like 2 draws and then Nepo won this last game. Wow.
I honestly
That's
thought
wild.
you were gonna see it was 2-0 and like, oh, there's no point going back now. This is gonna just be over in a few minutes.
Well, I'm glad I didn't see it was 2-0 because if I'd seen it was 2-0, I probably would have rushed to get back sooner. So I mean it's a good thing I didn't see it was 2-0. But yeah, I mean that's amazing. I mean, Nepo, of course, won on demand against Wesley too, right? In the final game.
Yeah.
So
Well, no, maybe in the 3rd game.
Oh, okay. Maybe I've got the order wrong. But still, yeah, it's crazy that Magnus has lost 2 games in a row here at the end. Against Nepo. So I mean, now it's basically sudden death, right? It's
Yeah.
like whoever wins first wins. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's I'm just kind of floored that Magnus would lose 2 in a row. Really, really shocked by that. You don't expect to see it, but yeah, I mean, it speaks to sort of the mental fortitude of Nepo, that he's been able to come back and win 2 games in a row. So yeah, it's anybody's ball game now.
And Nepo will be playing with White. Do you think he feels like, okay, this is the time to strike
They
while
started.
the iron is hot?
Okay, here we go. So we're gonna get a Sicilian, right?
We do.
Okay, pretty normal.
This is the same opening they had earlier today. Magnus sacrificed his 2 rooks for a queen. So far, they're just following the same moves that was played.
They were played. Okay, all right. Looks pretty normal. I mean, I'm a little surprised by this opening choice from Magnus, I'm not gonna lie.
What is going on? Neither one of them has checked the previous game with an engine, and they're just following along with all the moves, including the mistakes they made.
Well, let's be serious for a second. Of course, they've looked with an engine. I mean, they have breaks between the games. Oh, 100%. 100%.
But then why is Nepo going into a position where the engine favors Black?
I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong because I was out, but there are breaks between the games, right?
Yeah.
But they are very short now. In the final, they have only been like 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, considering it's a final, I'm sure they have someone on their team who's there and saying something to them. I would think. I'd be very surprised if that's not the case. But yeah, so this looks pretty normal. I mean, the players are blitzing out the moves. I mean, I assume you go H3 takes, knight f4 D4, and probably it's equal, I'm guessing.
I like Black. I like Black quite a lot.
I mean,
the rook coming in.
If you go D4, I mean, okay, maybe it's a little bit easier for Black to play, but the fact that
he didn't go D4.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to whether Magnus can generate an attack on the king side before White can do something on the queen side, is what it feels like to me. Like, if Black could get G5, H5, G4, Black could very easily be winning this game. If you're not getting that in, on the other hand, you have to be tricky, because I just realized there's also an idea of G3 potentially for White, where if you go knight E6, there's queen takes E5. I mean, G3 runs into knight E2, so it's not that big of a deal. But it's this game, I feel like it hinges around, can Magnus push his P on the king side? Or will White be able to do something in the center of the board?
What do you think about this rook? I thought this rook is poorly placed.
It's funny that he plays B6, because now aren't you just helping White activate the rook with rook A6?
Yeah, I take back everything I said.
I don't understand B6 at all, because you literally just open the file for the tower. I'm actually confused. I don't like what Magnus is doing here. I mean, I think he's still completely fine. I don't think it's like he's going to lose or anything. I mean, I think it's well within the margins, but I'm a little bit surprised.
Do you think he might just be rattled from losing 2 in a row?
Oh, he might be. Also, rook a2 is a very sneaky move. Nepo wants to go g3 because now there's no knight e2 because the rook covers the e2 square from a2.
Oh.
Very sneaky move from Nepo. I mean, Magnus could be rattled. I mean, honestly, like I was thinking though, has Magnus ever lost 3 games in a row, like in like any kind of like match format ever? I don't think he has.
We were earlier
Um,
talking about the Fisher Random final between Magnus and Wesley, where he lost 12 and 13 and a half, 2.5 or something insane. So probably there, but that might be the only time.
I mean, yeah, that's obviously a little bit different because
Mm.
unfortunately, when you tilt and Fisher random, you try to play quickly, you can't really get away with it, as I've learned quite a bit. But I mean, this position looks okay, but I'm gonna be honest, like this, I'd much rather be Nepo here. Nepo's up a minute and a half on the clock here.
Nepo's threatening a pawn, and both of the top moves by the engine is not to protect the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because White's gonna get some. If you go rook e8, there's gonna be g3 knight h5 and then d4. I think g3 knight h5 and then d4, and I think White's better now.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's a very tricky position here for Magnus. I would not want this position, all things. Wait.
Magnus is down a minute and 40 seconds.
Wait. This is getting very. I was wondering he couldn't play knight d4. Oh, that's amazing. Knight d4 takes. Queen b2, de3, queen f6, ed2, queen d8, king g7. I think black's okay, right? Oh no, there's
Engine
queen d4
says
check.
winning.
No, wait. So why was black okay there? Go back, just very quickly. Queen a1.
Queen d6, pointing at the king.
Rook g3, knight h. I forgot about knight h5. Okay, that's why. Okay, anyway, let's get back to the game.
Double exclam from Magnus.
Nice move.
That seems generous. Wait, what? There's still the pin.
Was there not f4 here?
You can chase the knight away.
No, wait, if you go f4...
F4, queen e6, engine says. Then you're threatening in against the king, and you're now threatening the rook because you got the queen off the diagonal.
Right, correct. Ooh, this is very tricky.
Jan has to find h4 according to the computer, which does not look like an easy move to find.
No, I mean, the good thing for Jan here, though, is that he has the extra time. That's the one really important thing, is that he has two minutes on the clock here. So I don't think it's implausible. I think he's actually going to find it because of the time situation. If he were lower on the clock here, like he had 20 seconds, I think he would miss it. But with 140, I think there's a good chance he will find h4.
I'm so confused by what the chess engine is saying. It's recommending queen e5, but then you lose I mean, you cannot take the rook. This is the main recommendation of the chess engine right now.
And it's a draw with queen a8, it's a draw with queen a8 or something. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to happen.
This is never happening.
I mean, I expect queen e6, hg5 takes, and Magnus will probably be able to draw this. Yeah, it goes queen e6 as expected, takes. White's up a pawn, but I mean, you have a pretty crummy pawn structure here. Queen f6, rook d3 is simply fine for black.
That's a very important line.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I mean, I think we're gonna get queen e5, rook d3, and we're gonna get a draw. By the way, I think we'll get queen e5, rook d3, check, king g7, check, and we'll get a draw. That's my prediction.
Who do you have to win this match now, knowing what we know about how the first 4 games went?
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to judge. I mean, I want to say, wait, what? What is that? Or he's just gonna take on d3 and make the draw, I guess.
Ooh, queen c8 was the only saving move.
Okay, so I guess Nepo thinks he's still... Oh, because rook e3, you have rook d... so Nepo's actually saying, you know what? It's at worst a draw. So I can play on here and go for more. Queen d8 is an excellent move, I think. Is there rook a7, though? Wait, is there rook a7 and queen f6, gf6? Maybe there's rook a7. Maybe not so easy. Okay, Magnus still has 25 seconds, though.
Rook d7, only drawing idea. That seems tricky to me.
He should find it. He's got enough time. He does find it.
He does find it.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Magnus, even though he's low on time, he doesn't have that many pieces on the board or that many options. Like if you don't go rook d7, the only other moves are queen f8 or queen e8, and both of them run into e6, and you just resign the game instantly. So it's not too shocking that he found it.
No.
No, because e6 you take the queen, and then takes rook a7, e7, rook a8, and you win the game and the
Yeah,
match.
this is what I was thinking.
Yeah, so this is still gonna be a draw, I think. The only thing you have to be careful of if you're white is to not trade the queens. I mean, it's still a draw, but six here, yeah. Okay, this will be an easy draw then. If you go rook c6, rook e3, rook b6, rook e5, you could end up losing that. Yeah, now it's just going to be a dead draw.
Wow.
Okay.
What a game.
Yeah, okay. Another boring draw. Probably a draw was offered after rook e4, I bet. So, yeah. Not shocking.
Let's
We're gonna
take
get
a
another
look.
one.
Mm-hmm.
We will get another one. Oh, the women's game actually also ended in a draw already. So Hikaru,
Oh,
back to my
okay.
question, huh?
Go ahead. Yes, your question?
About sorry, about who you have as a favorite now.
I mean, obviously the player with the white pieces has a slight advantage, but I think really it's a coin flip. I mean, generally what I would say is that when you start off very well, like you're 2-0 and you lose a couple of games, it's very, very hard to recover from that generally, because from a psychological standpoint, the match is over. Like you have it won. And so, I mean, probably psychologically that you have to believe the momentum is on Nepo's side in general, even after the last game. But you know, it is Magnus, and he does have an ability to turn it on when he has to. I mean, I think the game earlier against Hans, like, I mean, that was 2 minutes versus 20 seconds. I mean, that was unbelievably good from him. I mean, I think a lot of people don't realize just how incredibly good it was. I'm not sure anyone else in that situation would have been able to survive there, let alone win the game. So Magnus has a way of sort of pulling rabbits out of his hat. But I think it's probably 50-50 here. Probably very, very 50-50-ish.
Do you think so? I by saying it's 50-50, which I think I disagree on at this point, because I think this was a very important one for Magnus to get with the black pieces. And but do you think Nepo's best strategy is going for broke with the black pieces, or do you think he just needs to try and stay calm and go for a white
I
win
mean,
later on?
I honestly I haven't seen the game. So what did he lose in the first one? I guess so. Let me take a look and see what the opening was. So the first one was Nepo played a Sicilian.
It
Oh,
was the
right.
same opening we saw.
No, but it was must win. It was a must win game. So that's why he played Sicilian, not the Petrov. That's what I forgot that. Okay, and then in the or wait, no, sorry. Game 3 Magnus was wait. I'm trying to figure out. So game 1 Magnus had the white pieces. Or no, Magnus
No,
had the
game
black
one,
pieces.
Jan had the white pieces and lost.
Right. Oh, so game 2 was an Alpin. Okay, so he played so it was an Alpin in game 2. So he played Sicilian. That's interesting. And then game 4 was must win, so he played the French. And Magnus did not trade on d5. Didn't play the exchange. Very surprising, but yeah. I mean, I think if you're Jan here, you're just going to probably play the Petrov and try to be solid. Is my best guess. That's what I expect here, but you know, it's who knows.
Welcome back, everyone. Our apologies about that. The new game is well on the way. Hikaru, you were liking Magnus's position. Is that still the case?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good position. It's a position where only white can try to play and win. I mean, this has been Magnus's MO, his bread and butter for the better part of the last decade, just squeezing these very slight advantages. So I think he's doing quite well. I'm actually a little bit surprised at how much better the computer thinks white's position is here, because to me, this looks, honestly, as a human, this looks a lot closer to equal than a big white edge. But I guess if white can get this bishop to f3, it could get very, very scary in a hurry. So, but the time situation also very concerning. Jan down a minute on the clock here, so it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Oh wait, is there knight d3 here? Knight d3, rook c8, king g7. Actually, if Jan finds knight d3 here, I think he's okay. Plays queen d8, which actually, by the way, is an excellent move here. Excellent move, considering the time situation. A brilliant move playing queen d8. See what Magnus does here. I feel like this is starting to slip away from him a little bit. I mean, he's still got a big time advantage, but I'm not loving it. I'm honestly not loving it. I think there's a very decent chance it's going to be a draw. Very decent chance here. Unless Magnus finds a way to complicate it right now. I think we're going for a 7th game.
I have to say, I've been hugely impressed with Jan. He is a player who it's been known that, you know, psychology wasn't his strength. He collapsed famously in that match against Magnus, but here he's really holding his own. And I feel like every draw will frustrate Magnus a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a critical moment here because if Rook D2 is played, I think the game ends instantly in a draw. If he goes Knight F6, Bishop F3, White starts to get a little bit of a pull again. So his time usage is good so long as he finds Rook D2. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm really, really impressed with the way that he's playing here. I mean, he's showing tremendous resolve. I mean, normally we think of Jan as a guy who just collapses, and from 2-0 down to win 2 in a row. This game, by the way, has found some excellent moves. Queen D8 was very, very good. Rook D2 even better, in my opinion, because both these moves he's played when he's under serious, serious pressure on the clock. So this is like really impressive. I'm actually like, I can see why Magnus has not put this match away, because the way Jan is playing is just really, really, really good right now. And I think this is going to be a draw, by the way. Unless Magnus plays Queen B7, yeah, but now we're going to get like, I don't know, Rook A2, for example. No, it's going to be a draw. Like Rook A2, Rook C3, Queen D5 even. It's, yeah. This should be a draw. Mind you, of course, we've said this many times about Magnus, that a game he plays is going to be a draw, and then it turns out that he finds a way to win. But I don't really see it, because even if he goes Rook C3, there's maybe even just King G7 followed by Queen F6, and there's no real imbalance here. So unless Magnus goes Queen B7 here, this will be a draw, I think, without even much fight from either player.
And why do you think Queen B7 is not a draw?
Well, I think it is a draw, but it creates an imbalance here. But the thing is, Magnus is now down on time too, so he's not. Oh, I didn't think he was going to go for it. He does it.
Oh, no, I was just analyzing. Oh, he did go for it.
Oh, but there's Queen F6 now? Oh, well, okay. We got to draw anyway. Queen F3, and I mean, okay. Yeah. I thought it was going to be heating up with Rook F2, but just Queen F6 was good enough to kill it. So, yeah, that was not yeah, we got another draw.
We get another draw. We get another game as well. Let's go to the women's tournament. They are playing the same sudden death, but Juvan Jun is very close to the title there.
4 seconds remaining for her opponent, and Juvan Jun is up by a pawn.
I mean, come on, pass pawn, AA battery in the center of the board, G3. I mean, okay, D6 also good enough. G3 maybe, D7. All roads lead to Beijing here. So either actually, I guess her opponent is Chinese as well, so it's not really applicable. But anyway, whatever. Okay, Knight F4, Desperado, probably just Bishop A5 looks good enough to me. Knight H3, King up, Bishop A probably also good enough. Queen F3, yeah, this is over. Yeah, Bishop A5, Queen D5, everything wins. Yeah, Queen D5. I mean,
this
hammer time.
The first decisive result in this match. They've made 5 draws previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. Rook D6, D8. Just don't play the illegal move, and it's over. Yeah.
Congratulations to Juvan Jun. She's the Blitz champion.
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations, great performance. And that leaves only one title up for the taking. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will be playing white now. Do you think they will stick to the openings we've seen so far, or will they mix it up?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the deeper the match goes, the more likely it is to have a bunch of draws, because there are only so many different surprises left. So it's like, in the case of Magnus with white, he's now played the London. He's played E4 a couple of games. I mean, I guess he could play the English, go back to what he played against Hans, but he's kind of running out of a lot of ideas. I feel like Jan also probably doesn't have a whole lot left. So, I mean, I think at this point, it's more going to be who just blunders. I think it's really going to come down to who gets sloppy and blunders. I mean, it's actually, I was going to say, this reminds me a bit of the match I played against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the London. It was part of the London Chess Classic, the Grand Chess Tour Finals, I think in 2018, if I remember correctly. And we played the match. It was also the similar format. And I think we were somewhere like in the 8th or 9th game. I think it was 4 games we were tied, and then we played, I think, 4 or 5 more games before there was a decisive one. And I think that the thing is, as the match gets deeper like this, sooner or later, it's just going to come down to who gets sloppy and blunders, nothing else. That's all it's going to come down to.
Do you think blunders will be caused by tiredness, by nerves? What do you think, or by just your opponent putting too much pressure?
Yeah,
Could
I
be
mean,
anything.
I think at this point, I mean, they both have to be pretty tired, but that's why I think the momentum, I mean, it's good that Jan's on the side where he came back, because Magnus, for sure, the adrenaline, everything, he must have been like, okay, it's over. I have it won when he was up 2-0. So even if they're both tired, just the momentum has to be on Jan's side here. So we'll see. We'll see. But I kind of expect we're gonna get some kind of huge blunder. I don't know who's gonna make it, but I think we will get a blunder.
I see arbiters are adjusting the chairs. Do you think the players would like to just play ASAP, or they are happy for the breaks?
Oh, I think at this point they want the breaks for sure. I think at this point they want the breaks. Now when you're this far in at sudden death, you would like more time between games for sure.
What would you do in between games?
I mean, I think you want to just like sort of clear your head, and or maybe look at something very quickly, in terms of an opening idea. But I think right now it's we'll get a blunder. I think someone's going to make a double question mark move in the next game or two, and that's going to be the difference between who wins and who loses.
Does Jan have any world titles in Blitz and Rapid? No, or does...
I don't think so. No, I don't think he has any. I mean, he's obviously been, one of the great blitz players of our time. But of course, like everybody else, there's been this guy called Magnus who's stopped everybody from winning titles. So I think that, I mean, what I would say is that Nepo has great chances, but it's going to come down to who's sharper. That's all it's going to come down to here.
Hammer, what do you think? Will this game end decisively?
Yeah, maybe, because I was not impressed with the opening that Jan chose for the first sudden death game with the white pieces, which was a replica. Oh, Magnus changes openings. I'm very surprised by that. Bishop forward. What is this?
I mean, it's just a classic Gucci piano. The standard.
But normally you don't move your bishop first, right?
I mean, normally you don't, but it's all kind of the same thing. I mean, it's all pretty standard here. We get A4, Rook E1. I mean, yeah, this is all very, very boring.
Is that what Magnus is looking for? Boring?
I think he is, probably. Yeah, we got this B3 knight F1. I mean, I'm not super familiar with this exact position, but this idea is fairly well known to play B3. I have a prediction.
Not to rip up bad memories, but this is what Anish played against you, right?
Something similar to this. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, the Anish game was, there's going to be some action in the center of the board. One of these guys is going to play D5 or D4, and I think this game will be decisive. I actually do believe that.
Which side of this would you rather play?
Objectively, I'd prefer to play black, just because, I mean, it's, you have the fianchetto bishop on G7. You can play Queen D7 and Rook E8. I mean, it feels a touch easier to play for black. On the other hand, it's pretty dry though. Like no cap. Like we're getting into another situation where, I mean, both sides you're gonna get like Queen D7, Rook E2, Rook E8, Rook E1, and then what? And I still feel like white's a little bit better, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Magnus can go knight D7.
Do you think he should trade the bishop for the knight?
Maybe. I mean, I was wondering if Magnus can go knight D7, knight C5 here. That was actually one of my thoughts. Perhaps. Yeah, and he does it. Yeah.
No time to take the knight then.
Ooh, I don't know about okay, I guess. Okay, Nepo's going to play Rook D1. I mean, Queen F6, Queen C7, and you're just down materials. So Rook D1, of course. D6, probably. I mean, it was F4. Not a big fan of F4, but maybe it makes sense. I mean, maybe he just understands the position better than me. But I guess actually F4 has some merit, because if knight C5, there's always going to be some E5, right? There's gonna be some e5 here, I think. Yeah, he does it instantly.
Magnus is down 30 seconds on the clock. Nepo has pawn to f5 next.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be a situation where for Jan it's zero risk. I feel there's basically zero risk here. Only he can win. So he should be feeling very good about this. He's up like 40 seconds on the clock. No chance of losing if he doesn't do something insane. And that's pretty much the dream when you're playing blitz. That is the dream for sure.
Next move, Jan is going to push this pawn up to try and open up in front of Magnus's king.
Yeah, it still looks fine. I mean, it still looks completely fine. Probably after queen d6, but yeah, f5, rook e1, maybe rook d8. Just like I would probably go rook d8 here and chuck the pawn on a5, but I mean, maybe not. Yeah, he does it instantly.
That's a very big decision, no?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm wondering is, can white take the pawn? I mean, is there a reason you can't take on a5 here? Like, I mean, maybe you can't. There's probably gonna be some knight e4, maybe like queen d4 knight. No, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm wondering why white can't take on a5 here, actually, now that I think about it. But probably you go check, king h1, queen d2, and then it's just equal, I'm guessing. Yeah, probably that's just a zero situation again.
You don't think white can do something with an extra pawn?
I mean, how, though? You're just going to go knight e6, knight d4.
Okay, that's a good...
But I still think you should go for it, because here, even if there's always knight f1, knight g3 to make a draw at the very least.
Yeah, he did take the pawn.
Yeah. I think queen d2 might be an only move here, because if white's able to keep the queens on the board, your king is completely open on g8. This could be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous here.
I'm shocked that Magnus played rook d8 so quickly. Could he have forgotten about the pawn, or was this planned?
I think he assumed that there was enough counterplay. That's my guess. I think he probably assumed there was enough counterplay. He didn't calculate it deeply, but he assumed that it had to be fine, and so he played it. It's either that or he did just hang the pawn. It's one of the two. I don't know which one.
Magnus is now down by a full minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fine, but queen d2, I think, is... I mean, without queen d2, ooh, he goes b6, okay.
Now there is knight e4, only good move.
And he finds it. Wow. Wow. That's some good stuff from Magnus. That is really, really good stuff. That is
the idea
really, really
is
good
that
stuff.
after takes, there's an attack on the rook, there's attack on the pawn, and the queen cannot be captured due to the back rank checkmate.
Yeah, that's phenomenal stuff to play that. I mean, this game is going to be a draw now. It's going to be a draw.
But the two, I mean, both of them have been very, very impressive in some crucial moments, no?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I haven't seen the whole match, but the last two games, like moves that Nepo found, I mean, finding, what was it? Was it queen d8 and then rook d2? Both those moves when he was down a minute on the clock were just like really, really good finds. And now Magnus in this game, I mean, spending his time finding b6 with knight e4, also really, really good. Yeah, we're gonna get queen f6, and this is gonna be a draw, I think, very soon. Maybe h3 just to create space, but queen f6 or h3, either way, this is all roads are leading to game number 7. Yeah, I don't really see a way this isn't a draw. I just don't see how.
This is already game number 7, by the way.
Oh, sorry. So we'll be headed to game number 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite the match. Now
yeah,
that
I
you've...
mean,
I was going to say that now that we've seen some of this knockout format, do you warm a bit to it or not? Not really.
I mean, I think that the result makes it look really good. But in general, I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, if you get the right pairing and if the final match is not a blowout, then everyone's be like, oh, it looks great, it's phenomenal, and all this other stuff. But to me, yeah, I still don't. It doesn't really change a whole lot in my opinion. Yeah, this is just dead. Queen e5, maybe. I mean, everything. Like, there's just a question of how do you make the draw. Yeah, rook f7. Probably rook d7, and then we just move on. Yeah, I expect rook d7, and we just king h2, good enough.
Nepo still
b4,
has
maybe
that time edge. It feels to me like Nepo is trying to keep the game going.
He's trying, but exactly how do you create a threat? He goes rook. So he's trying to go over queen e5 and rook d8. Okay, he's trying. He's trying to confuse Magnus with rook d5. It's a very nice move. It's a very nice move to try and get Magnus to panic. It's not a move that you consider here. H4. G5. Yeah, I mean, still just a draw. Yeah, still just a complete draw. Probably b4 and a5. I mean, but you're never winning here because I mean it's a rook and pawn endgame. I think. Although rook c4. Wait, rook c4. Wait, rook c4, rook a7. Yeah,
I was
rook
going to
c4
say, is
almost
black
tricky.
better with the king in the middle?
I don't know. What is king g1? Oh, I guess Nepo's going to try to bring his king closer or something. Yeah, now you have to take on c5. Or you play a5 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, rook a2 and I mean, what are you doing? Rook a2, king d3 maybe. Wait. Oh, wait, but now there's c4.
Ooh, big move from Magnus. Can he go for the win?
It's just a draw. King d5, it's just a draw.
Okay, Magnus cannot trade
Almost.
the rooks. That
He
would be a
almost tricked him.
Trading the
Yeah.
rooks would be a losing pawn endgame, but Magnus can just keep the rooks on the board.
He almost tricked you on there with c4. Almost. Very, very
Incredible.
close. Yeah. Yeah, so now we get what, number 8. I mean, again, the thing is now it looks like a great format because of this final match being so tight. But I think that's more by accident than anything else.
I
Well,
really thought actually that Hammer and I would be out of here before midnight our time, and that was what, like an hour and a half ago. I was like, we're not gonna broadcast true. I really thought there was no way, the way Magnus was playing, being up 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I mean,
think
but that's the thing. Like, if he doesn't lose those 2 games, let's just say he draws the 3rd game easily, then everyone's saying the exact opposite. You're saying, like, what a terrible
exactly.
format. It wasn't
Mm.
exciting at all. The whole thing stinks. Like, so, I mean, it's very match dependent in terms of whether it's good or not. I mean, the downside, of course, is that I generally don't think it's a good format, but now you're going to have people like Satovsky acting like it's the greatest thing ever. So, that's the downside to it.
Well, but there
so
are
be it.
pros and cons, right? So now we're seeing the pro of this format, and we saw the con with all the draws being made in the final round yesterday.
Mhm.
But to me, like, there are legitimate pros and cons to it, because you could have also had a really, really exciting final round yesterday and then a dud in the knockouts today. It could have gone either way.
Mhm.
To me, the biggest issue is the fact that you're having 100 people travel very, very far only to play for a day in the Blitz.
Yeah, I actually would I would agree. Yeah. Oh, what's going on?
Magnus
They had
wanted to
a
talk
long
to the arbiter.
Yeah, he also talked to Jan. I was wondering if it was about break times between games, because Magnus was looking for someone to discuss something, but I'm just guessing, but I guess it has to do with time in between games. I'm not
Well, the
sure what
way
that-
to get over with Magnus would be to win.
Are they discussing, like, I don't understand. Are they discussing something here? Or are we like, is this suddenly poker?
They
Not
want
But
to share the prize, the title. Yeah, we don't allow that. This is not the Sinkfield Cup. I'm
I
still
mean-
upset about that.
I don't know what's going on. But I mean, you can't share first place. Like,
I mean, I was watching. It was Magnus who initiated the discussion, and I cannot see Magnus in a million years be like, okay, let's just split it.
yeah, I mean, that seems so out of character for Magnus. You know, he's somebody who always wants to win at all costs.
Yeah.
So I don't I don't understand. But it's also very bad to do this too, because now the problem is, like, if Nepo, because now also if they actually play and Nepo messes up or something, you're gonna be like, well, it was a psychological play on purpose by Magnus to mess
But
up the
I
whole
don't
thing.
think that's what Magnus suggest. I would be shocked. I mean, all of us are just assuming, but especially
But
Magnus
what can you be
wants.
discussing then? What else can you be
Maybe
discussing
like
though?
how
Break
long
times.
should we start the next game, sooner or
I think
later?
Magnus likes to get in the flow. I think Magnus doesn't want the breaks.
Ah, you think it's about the breaks? Okay,
I
maybe.
think so.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, who
Then
knows what's going on?
Nepo should definitely just say, I want the opposite of whatever Magnus wants.
Right, exactly. Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I mean maybe they're discussing that, but that doesn't make any sense. I don't think so. I mean, that would be weird. But also for anyone who's asked about are the players allowed to use computers between rounds, I have no doubt that if they don't have direct access to phones or a computer, they almost certainly have someone who can give them information in between the games. Like, you know, for example, they have a coach or somebody there who can help them out.
So who do you think? Because Heine is not in New York.
Yeah, but he's still available, I'm sure, over phone or something.
Yeah, no, this is true. So you think he's calling his coach during
Sorry to interrupt. Magnus Carlsen suggested to Jan Nepomniachtchi to share the first place. Tweet by FIDE.
Really? But you can't do that. That's not chess. That's not chess. You can't do that. I mean, I don't even understand. Now, I mean, like, it's like we haven't had enough nonsense of drama. Do we now we have to get this too? Like,
wow, that is gonna get in Nepo's head, no?
I mean, that's why you can't do it. Because now it's lose-lose. Like if Jan doesn't agree and Jan loses the next game, everyone's gonna vilify Magnus for doing something that you really aren't supposed to do. And if he does, everyone's gonna be mad too. I mean, it's bad. Yeah, the whole thing is bad. The whole thing is bad.
Yeah, I
Do you
mean,
think there's any chance that FIDE would agree to this?
Well, I mean, but it's up to the player. I mean, who even gets to decide?
Of course, it's not up to the players. We have regulations. And no, it's not up to the. This is not the Sinkfield Cup, although Magnus is really trying. So, what I'm referring to is that in the Sinkfield Cup 1 year, there were very clear regulations as to how a tiebreak was to be determined. And then the players went together and they just said, we're not going to play anymore. So, are you saying that's essentially what could happen here? Magnus and Nepo says, no, we're on a strike?
I mean, I guess they could. They definitely could. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. I think fundamentally you're right. I mean, what this is really doing, though, if I'm being honest, is like this in my opinion is making Magnus look very bad. I think this makes Magnus look very bad. I think also if FIDE goes along with this, I tend to agree that you end up in a situation where it's like you feel like Magnus can pretty much do anything he wants with anything, and I don't think that's how it should be. So this is pretty bad, actually. This is pretty bad. Like I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say because it's really bad.
I don't even understand people in chat going FIDE should not accept. What do you mean FIDE should not accept? This shouldn't even be a discussion. The arbiter should go there and he should show them the rules and he should say play until you have a winner.
Yeah, I mean, I of course I generally agree with what you're saying.
And if they go on a strike, you know,
yeah,
forfeit both of them.
Yeah,
Bring back
I mean,
Wesley and whoever.
Duda, yeah.
No, I don't like this.
Yeah. I mean, I think I don't think it should happen. Like because it's just something where you have a winner. You're supposed to have a winner. Like I mean, I know they've drawn a bunch of games in a row, but I mean, the rules are there for a reason. Like the rules are there for a reason.
I am shocked as well that Magnus would suggest this himself. I mean, why would he even do it? Is he tired? Does he want to have another fight with another power play? Huh?
Him and Jan used to be buddies. So maybe he just wants to give Jan a world championship title. And he feels like Jan is just as likely to win this at this point as he is.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I really have no words. I mean,
Do you think it could be a power play?
I mean, having known Magnus, I just don't believe that it could be. But again, there's no upside here, because basically, if somehow an agreement is reached and they share first place, everyone's going to be upset. If they don't and Magnus wins the next game, everyone's going to be even more angry probably at Magnus, thinking that he did this on purpose to screw around with Nepo. So like, this is just this, you know, it's like we didn't already have enough nonsense. Now we have this. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's so bad. So bad.
I mean,
I
if FIDE was concerned about the time dragging out for the closing ceremony and whatnot, they could have just said we're gonna play without breaks. They've been playing with 10-minute breaks for no
or keep
reason for the whole
Armageddon
day.
or keep
Yeah.
Armageddon in the regulations.
Yeah, I
Also.
mean, I mean, it's so bad though. It's just so bad. It's so this is so bad. I mean, like, just when you think just when you think there can't be any more nonsense, now we have to have this. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna get the 2 a.m. phone call to Dvorkovich, right? The
It's
2 a.m.
3 a.m. in Russia, I think.
Yeah, but he's probably celebrating. It's New Year's Eve, so he should be awake. But yeah, this is really bad. This is really, really bad. I don't think there's any. I mean, there's no good answer. No, I mean, if I
can't
were, I
believe
mean,
this is
actually,
even
just to answer, if I were in Jan's shoes here, it's impossible, because Jan is basically put in a situation where I mean, he kind of has to agree to it. That's the problem. Like, he kind of has to agree to it here in his situation.
No, but the
because
problem is he doesn't have a say, right?
The
problem is now he's tempted to doing it, but he's gonna be told by the arbiter that no, we have rules in play.
And then Max is gonna say, fudge you, I don't care, right?
Well,
Again,
and then Nepo is gonna be the world champion.
I mean, this is just this is so bad. Yeah, this is. But what I was starting to say, like, the problem is also Magnus is doing this before a white game, not before a black game. So he's doing it before a game where he objectively is a slight favorite too. So now it's like, if you're Nepo, what are you supposed to do? Because the odds of Magnus winning with white are far higher than Nepo winning with black. So there's no good answer. There's no good answer.
I also just don't see how they now suddenly come back and play another game. I mean, this is
right, because now you're going to get a 30-minute break or something too. Like,
yeah, how is the main chief arbiter, who made himself famous for very strictly following the rules, how is he even entertaining this thought?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is
no, but also I want to say to everyone in chat who's like, oh, now Hammer wants to follow the rules. I like to see chess decided on the board, which is why I don't like people getting disqualified for wearing jeans, but which is also why I don't like people just saying, oh, we're gonna have 2 world champions. Just decide on the board. I'm actually being rather reasonable. And I like to think I'm being consistent in my views.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I mean, it's one thing to talk about the dress code. It's quite another thing to talk about the actual, like, you know, rules of the tournament, like the actual game rules. I mean, but there's no happy ending to this. There's really no happy ending, because you know, the only way that I see this ending well, assuming, is like, there are 3 options. Either, you know, FIDE, there's an agreement on this, they share first place, and everyone's very angry about it, or Magnus comes back, wins a great game with white, everyone the situation, or Nepo wins. And then everyone's probably happy overall, I think. But there's only 1 out of the 3 situations where you don't have massive chaos and drama, and it's the least likely of the 3. So, I mean, yeah, I really don't know what to say. I mean, this is just this is so bad, though, in my opinion. I just like, I guess it's a good thing I came back. Or maybe it's not. I don't know.
I mean, I was just thinking about Sutovsky just when he was probably patting himself on the back of what a great success this knockout was.
Yeah. No, but I mean, what are you going to do if Magnus and Jan are like, well, we've been waiting 30 minutes now, this is happening, you know, we're just not going to show up and play. Like, what do you do? Also, as
Bring
someone
back
points out,
Wesley and Duda, I say.
As someone points out, there's also, to make matters even worse, there's a betting market on this, right? There's Polymarket. As someone said, Polymarket has betting on this, which they probably do. So not only do you have this, but then you have this spill over, which is a complete disaster too. So
Well, the bets are just voided, no?
are they? I mean, are they? Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, this is really bad. Really, really bad.
I
In
have
my opinion,
to
this is significantly worse than the jeans thing. I mean,
I
this
have
is so much worse.
I have the FIDE broadcast open on mute, but Jan is somewhere in the back room waiting around. I don't know if anything has been
I don't get why
decided.
this thought is even being entertained.
But I mean, but they're not going to come back and play. You're not going to come back after 30 minutes because also now I mean, this is the problem. If Jan's sitting in the background, he's probably going to go and literally study for 30 minutes. So now you've ruined. Now everything's gotten ruined this way too. I mean, there's not now. What can you do? Now it's just everything's messed up. Everything's completely messed up now.
I disagree with you about the studying, but I think it's about the adrenaline.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, maybe yeah.
they
I mean,
lose all their adrenaline.
Yeah, you're probably right about actually studying, but still, it gives you 10 minutes to review something and then just kind of like chill and try to try to just calm down. I mean, yeah, you're right. The adrenaline's going to be gone. I mean, like it's just yeah.
I have to say, I'm
they're
shocked
actually
that
sharing it.
they're sharing it.
Oh man.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Like this is just ridiculous. I really have. I mean, like
Wow.
This. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I really don't know what to say. Like, this is just like this is insane, actually. Like, I mean, this is so much worse to me than the whole Janes thing. This I just don't understand at all.
But also, they had only played 3 games. It's not like they had played 10 games and they couldn't find a winner.
Yeah. I mean, you can make some argument if they had drawn like 6 or 8 games in the actual after the 4 original games. Like, then you'd be like, okay, this is too much and everything else. But now it's like, I mean, they played 4 and then 3 Blitz games. Yeah, this. I mean, this is just not okay. This is not okay. This is just not okay. Like, this is not okay. Because we also know, honestly, if anyone else did this, it would not happen. It would not be allowed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is very, very bad for chess overall. I really have yeah, I've got like nothing to say. The jeans thing I understood, but this is just absurd. This is just not okay.
I think it's making a mockery of the whole thing, the whole event. I mean, this is okay. Magnus with the jeans, okay, he got his, he got his wish, but now it's literally Magnus clearly can do absolutely whatever he wants, which.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't understand this at all. I don't understand this. Like I mean, I'm just I feel like I should try to pull some stunt next time I play a tournament. I really do. I feel like next time I play a tournament, like the moment that I draw a game or before I play West, I'd be like, let's just not play. Like like I don't know. I don't think this is acceptable. I don't.
Hikaru, were you among the players who shared first place at Sinkfield?
No, I was not. I was not. I was not.
Who were the players then?
Do I remember? It was was it Magnus, Levon, and
it was
Fabiano?
Magnus, Levon, and Fabi.
It was.
I think there were more.
I don't remember. Maybe there were, but yeah, I mean, what I would say is this is just yeah, like also it's like this also like not to, I mean, this is not like I'm being salty because obviously it's many years ago now, but then it's like in 2019, like, do I really believe that if I had, in my tiebreaker against Magnus, we draw the 2 games, that he would have like suddenly offered me a chop for first place? I mean, I don't believe for a second he would have then. So why is he suddenly doing this now? Like, I just don't get it. I literally don't get it. If this is what we have, then why why wasn't there a 9-way tie for first place? Why don't we give first place to Daniel Naroditsky and everybody else too? Like I mean, this is just not okay.
I think it's bad form by Magnus to suggest it because it fucks with Nepo's head, but it's unbelievable to actually go along with it from the World Chess Federation.
I mean, the jeans thing, I was 100% on Magnus's side. But on this one, like, I mean, like, what even is the point? What even is the point? If Magnus can do anything he wants on anything, like, why are there any rules at all? I mean, why? Like, literally, why are there any rules at all? Um, like, it's just, yeah. I'm just. I don't even understand. I mean, this is one of those times when there's gonna be no glazing here with Magnus
I
for
just don't
me.
understand how they went along with this.
Well, the thing is, what are you gonna do when one player has this much power? I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If Magnus says he's not gonna play, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go and like give it to Nepo suddenly, and then you're gonna have 20 headlines at least around the world where everyone's like, world champion or best player disqualified, because of something, or rather, like,
Because he
it's
refused to play.
right, exactly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is just insane.
I mean,
This is
if
not
someone
okay.
had said, no, you got to play on, that's the regulations, don't you think Magnus would play on?
I mean, I would think so, but they probably don't want. They already played a game of poker once in this event. It didn't go their way. It didn't work out the way they thought it would. So I mean, maybe they weren't ready for the second game of no limit, second round of no limit
I
hold'em.
think we put up some tweets by Hans now, but Hans has a tendency of speaking in caps locks as you as normally. But I think
Mhm.
one of the more interesting things going on Twitter right now is that people who are very, very sensible and who rarely go to the extremes
Mhm.
are understandably furious. On my timeline right now, I saw Josefina Heinemann tweet, and this is why we're not taken seriously as a sport. And she is not one to go with the big headlines. So more so than the players who always are very opinionated, like myself, like Hans and others. This is causing waves way beyond that and into the reasonable, sane people of chess, of which there are not that many.
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, this is just very yeah, this is very, very bad. Actually, no, a good example someone just made. I saw Shaydock, one of the mods, write this. This reminds me of you guys. Probably, I don't know if you guys follow tennis closely or not, but back in, I think it was like 2017 or something. There was this epic match between Federer and Roddick, which I think Federer won something like 18-16 in the fifth set. And this is kind of what it reminds me of. It's like when that fifth set started, they got 6-6. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be long. Then at like 10-10, you're like, oh. Then at like 14, you're like, is this ever gonna end? And this is what this feels like. Is like it's kind of at like 8-8 in the fifth set or something, and you're like, okay, you know what? Let's just call it a day. We don't need to keep going. Yeah, I just this is something that is just not okay in my
They
book. This is
barely
not okay.
started. They only played 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, come on, chess. If you're, I mean, it's one thing with rules, things that don't have anything to do with the actual game being played, but this is just like I just cannot. I cannot really be okay with this. I can't. Even
I
as
think
much as I respect Magnus, this is not. This
it's a
is not okay.
mockery. I think
Yeah.
the fans are disappointed. Saw someone in the chat make a point that as a player in the tournament I
Hmm.
would be outraged as well. I mean, the whole thing is it's just a mockery
Well, I mean,
of
it's like,
our
well,
game and of the
I mean,
tournament.
it's like, why didn't Magnus go and say yesterday when it's a 9-way tie or 10-way tie or whatever it was? He's like, you know what? It's fine. Let's just call it a day. We don't need to play anymore. I mean, that's what this feels like. Yeah, I really, I don't know what to say. I actually don't know what to say. This is not okay in my opinion. This is not okay.
Kasper Piorun, a Polish grandmaster, is suggesting on Twitter that they could have just done a coin toss.
Yeah, they could have, yeah, exactly. Just flip a coin. Exactly. Flip a coin. Um, yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, I don't know what to say, but this is not okay. This is not okay. I mean, this like I'm gonna be honest, as someone who knows quite a few people in the business world, someone who deals a lot with things outside of chess specifically these days. I'm hard pressed to think of people that I know who would be interested in sponsoring chess, thinking, why are we going to sponsor events? When you see the whole jeans issue, you see that which was, I honestly think was very unprofessional from FIDE. And now you see a situation where, sure, it's been a long day, but you have the rules where you play it out. And then it's just, okay, let's just stop and call it. Like, I mean, to use another sports example, it's like playing like Game 7 in like, the World Series or Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Finals, and you play one overtime. You're like, nah, we played one overtime. Let's just call it a tie. We don't need to keep going. Or extra innings in baseball. Like, it's just, I don't. Yeah, I don't get this. I don't get this. I don't think this is okay. I don't think this is okay. Period. Period.
Yeah, I
This
think
was
all
not
of
this was
us.
not super deep. This was not like 8 games of 8 games of sudden death. This was 3 games. This was 3 games of sudden death, and I mean there's no way you can look at this and be like it's a good thing. Just let them be happy. I mean, it's just this is quite a bit further for everybody who's in chat. I mean, this is quite a bit further than the other things, and I just like I can't I can't understand this at all.
Yeah, I think it's a sad day for chess, in a way. I mean, this
Mm-hmm.
is it's embarrassing. It's sad that it had to come to this. We haven't heard, of course, from the main actors in this, but it's hard to imagine that there would be any
Yeah, I mean, I
communication.
think, I think what it appears to me at least is it feels like, I mean, I don't know, maybe, maybe FIDE is that afraid of Magnus that they'll literally do anything he says. But I mean, this is not about genes or something like that. This is about the actual game that's being played and the actual format that the players were aware of before the event began. So like this is not some small thing. This is about the actual chess itself. And I can't yeah, this is something that I can't really agree with. I can't. And I also, as someone points out, like I don't think it's calculated in the way that the way that it's I don't think it's calculated like Magnus thing. I'm gonna do this and like harm FIDE or something like that. But still, it's just I mean, Henrik Carlson giving an interview and saying he's satisfied. I mean, there are rules. Like there are rules. Like I mean, like if this is the case, what like why is Magnus suddenly doing this now? Why didn't he do this in 2019 when we had when I had my tiebreaker with him? Or any number of tiebreakers he's had you know, like over the last couple of last like decade or so. I mean, why didn't Magnus and Fabiano agree to a draw in the World Championship match after they drew 12 classical games? Like it's just there's no world where this is okay. It just isn't okay. Period. Um. So yeah, it's not okay. But anyway, enough said. I guess it's over. So we should probably sign off so I can go do my recap before I go eat a nice dinner and call it. So perhaps we should just stop right there.
Let's stop there. I think all three of us have a very bitter taste in our mouth. I mean, it's sad day for chess. This is not how any of us wanted this to end. But Hikaru, thank you for joining us. Enjoy your last days in New York and all the best for
Yeah, for
the
everybody
year.
who's watching, I'll do my recap and I'll give some pointed opinions. And we'll go from there. But that's going to do it for us. So hope you guys enjoyed the last year of 2024. Those of you guys where it's already New Year's, like Jan, Ludwig, and Fiona, hope you guys enjoy 2025. And for those of us still in 2024, stay tuned for my recap, which will be coming out pretty soon. And I'll see everybody on the other side of the calendar as we begin another year going around the sun. So I'll see you guys. Hope you enjoy it. Have a good one.
Bye, Hikaru.
Bye.
Bye. We're off.
Darren?
Oh, are we off? I thought you were leaving. I thought.
Okay, you guys can
Oh, I thought we were all
wrap it up.
leaving.
Oh,
You guys can wrap it up if you want, but
I thought we were all leaving. I was on
Okay.
board.
anyway, yeah. See you guys.
Bye. Well, I guess we're still here, Hammer.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should just turn this off. I'm very disappointed.
Oh, we are not signing off, actually.
Well, we're still live, but
No,
we can
we're
sign
gonna
off.
watch an interview, Hammer.
Oh. Okay. You're the boss. This is really important. An interview. Yeah, no, I didn't feel done talking about the drama, to be honest. But at the same time, I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm very unhappy about this. But I'm a very strict rule follower, and I think a lot of the. I'm honestly amazed that Jan and Magnus are not, because frankly, a lot of chess players have. They're a bit on the specter, let's put it like that, and I certainly am. And one of the kind of ways that manifests in my case is that I am incredibly stickler for rules, and I just cannot believe what just happened.
Honestly, I'm in shock as well. I have to say, I mean, maybe I wonder if Magnus, because surely the game Teddy Bear is very much needed tonight. Some comfort. This was a frustrating night. No,
Yeah.
because the thing is, I don't think the game ends and the idea just pops into Magnus's head on the fly and he just rolls with it. So what I wonder is, when did this idea, you know, start coming up in his mind?
Yeah,
Because
because he must
also,
have been thinking about this.
yeah, because once he says it, everything is fucked, basically.
Yeah.
Like, and he is smart enough to understand this. So,
Yeah, I mean, you would think, but sometimes,
because
you
you
know,
understand Nip was
but
about to be,
when you're
yeah.
tired, you don't fully understand the consequences of your actions. But
But he must have known, what?
we're doing an interview.
Okay, I think we're gonna do an interview. Okay.
I wanna hear the chief arbiter. Honestly, I don't care what the players are saying. I want to hear from the boss man.
Look at Shuva and June there. He's like, what's going on?
Do you know who this guy talking is, Fiona?
No, I thought you would know. He's on.
Who this guy talking is, Fiona?
No, By the way, I'm really confused. People can hear us on stream right now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm not
Ah,
saying anything I didn't
oh,
want
it
to
is
have on stream.
Jonathan Tisdall. Well, now that I see him, I didn't recognize him by voice only, but now that I see him, I do recognize him. So let's see.
Yeah, we didn't really learn much from that. They have Levy on site, right?
Yeah. Well, it said at the bottom of the said on the screen that the players were expected on the couch soon, right? So I guess that's what we're waiting for.
I'm just reading Twitter.
Well, there goes that stream. I guess they won't be on the couch today. Looks like the interview we promised you guys just is not happening right this second anyway. But yeah, Hammer, we are
Jonathan Tistel, I just want to put this out there because this is also the what my dad texted me. Jonathan says, I don't see how the organizer can refuse the player's request. Jonathan is the expert we saw in the Take studio. He's a grandmaster originally from the US, but he's lived in Norway for the last 35, 40 years. And Jonathan says they can draw demonstrably until the venue shuts. But here's my argument. If they choose to kind of exploit the rules by just making draws for the rest of the game, at least then it's very clear to people who the villains are in the story. Whereas now FIDE has made themselves the villain because they didn't follow their own rules.
That's an
That's my last take.
interesting point you're making. I think you could also probably, because if they just make fast draws, I mean, there is something in the regulations about no prearranged result, right? So that would be another question. Can you prove that these games are prearranged? I don't know, Hammer. This has been a weird week for chess and for what's going on. I really thought that, when the Magnus came back, the dress code was changed. I did not think they had something else in store for us.
Well,
this week.
also, if they do play quick draws, then it's easier for the organizer to just say, keep going.
Yeah.
Because at some point, if you make 20 quick draws in a row, it's pretty clear that, this is the players forcing it through, not the organizer allowing it to happen. I don't know.
Hammer, we're gonna have to leave it on this, but guys in the chat, do keep an eye out on, of course, on Hikaru's YouTube channel. He is probably filming right now as we speak. Thank you so much for having been here with us over the past week. It's been a great pleasure commentating this World Rapid and Blitz alongside you, Jon Ludwig Hammer. And shout out.
I don't have any positivity in me for this ending, Fiona.
That's why I'm taking over, don't you worry. Shout out, of course, to Jaren. It was great to have Hikaru on today. Shout out to all the mods, as always. And yeah, Happy New Year for those of you. It's already the Happy New Year for those of you where it's still coming. Enjoy the celebrations tonight. It's been emotional. There were lots of ups and downs, but this is it for this event. Thank you so much again for watching, and we will see you in 2025.